comp for the first time. Shane Larson goes defensive. We're almost 3 wide as we have Meisel now getting involved in the action, but it's Larson who leads Arnold in second place.
Come in with all that traffic right there.
Yeah, really strategic. Oh, there's a big accident there. Who was that spinning out? There's an LMP2 involved as well. The 38 target. Oh, that's wide from P2 there. He's in the barrier.
You're coming up on the field right now. This is our tightest battle on the track right now. In the 7th spot is Matthew Duder, right behind Agustin Castro and Justin Hall right ahead of him. So this is a battle for the 5th, 6th, and 7th spot. And it looks like Matthew Duder right there. Oh, we've got a car in the sideways in turn 3 again.
Good afternoon or good morning, everybody, to wherever you may be for this afternoon. We are here on Slow Motion Broadcasting for a wonderful event, the inaugural round of the WSRL Endurance Series at Road America. It's going to be a spectacular 4-hour race, multi-class as well, a full packed grid of 41 different vehicles between LMP1 GT or LMP2 GT3 and GT4. It's one of the best tracks in America as well, probably the home of at least road racing in the United States. I'm Tom Dinner. Alongside me for the first 2 hours of this, or the first hour of this broadcast, I should say, is Randall McGrew. And Randall, expecting a superb race today. Everyone is on this grid. Everyone is ready to go. And as we approach qualifying, I think everyone just a little bit excited to take on this new challenge.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to calm your nerves before a race like this, especially the first race of a season. 4 hours is a long time around any track. This track should be exceptionally good for multi-class racing in an endurance setting. But you just want to set a good quality lap, get a nice good baseline down, maybe get some good track position for your starting driver, and just try to settle in as best as you can.
And should be an entertaining race, to say the least. The fuel information, by the way, we're locked on to 80% fuel, which means that the LMP2s will be coming in about every 35 minutes or so. As for the GT3s, I make 80% at about every 45 to 50 minutes, which means that we should be expecting quite a few pit stops over the course of the day. Here we go, onto the track for some qualifying. First up, we see the number 296, the Porsche, heading round on his first qualifying lap of the afternoon. Just think it's important to get a good qualifying lap in, Randall, or do you think that really it doesn't matter too much and you just want to be relaxing and allowing yourself to make up positions in the race if need be?
Well, it really depends on your driver lineup. If you have a hot shot that's going to start the race for you, it might be important to get up to the front. That way he has a little bit less traffic to deal with. But ultimately, it's a 4-hour race. The cream is going to rise to the top. Having a good qualifying will maybe keep you out of a little bit of trouble early on. But ultimately, 4 hours is a long time. You're going to have a lot of traffic no matter where you start. So just get a nice, good baseline. Looks like we're going to jump on board here with Mr. Alvis. Coming down the long front straightaway, this is going to be one of your best passing opportunities coming into the braking zone for turn 1. You see he's set up on the left-hand side of the track. Very fast turn 1 here. You're going to go down to 4th gear. He's going to actually grab 3rd gear in the Porsche, use that exit curve to your advantage, bring it back over to the left-hand side. A pretty rapid turn 3. They actually call that little bend before the turn 2. You see a lot of traction issues there on exit. You're going to see that a lot through the race. It gets very slick there on exit. Another long straightaway coming into it. Yet another great passing opportunity as we approach turn 5. Down the hill, braking at about the 2 board, maybe the 2.5 once you get into the race. All the way down the first gear of the Porsche. Most cars will probably be taking that in second gear. A very tricky left-hander over the crest of the hill. The car really wants to get unsettled. As you see, he has some issues there himself and resets the car to reattempt the lap.
Yeah, it's probably a bit frustrating is here we go, LMP2. I've been excited to commentate on an LMP2 in slow motion broadcasting and on iRacing, my personal favourite car. As we go down into turn 1, it's the Dallara this time, 6th gear. You're probably going to look for the third bit of cones on the left-hand side. 3rd gear, dip the car in. It can get a little bit unstable through there. Then just look for this board that says 1 on the left-hand side. Down into 3rd, maybe 2nd gear. Opts for 2nd gear, does Evie. Down the straight. Now, DRS board, of course, no DRS in these cars, but opening up the car. 170, 180 mile an hour, heading down into the next braking zone, probably looking for just before the curb starts, down to 1st gear, perhaps a short shift on exit. It won't be a short shift, but now look for this bridge. Tip the car in, 2nd gear, just a little bit of understeer for the number 498 racing car, the number 11 498 racing car I should say. And then now for a difficult sector 2 on this racetrack. 1st gear through there. Nice and clean, and the most difficult corner, just dip it in. The LMP2 is just so awkward through here, just constantly feathering the throttle. 3rd gear keeps it nice and stable though, and now for the King, open up the corner with the curb on the left hand side, dip it into the apex, completely flat through there, and now into Canada corner, but very deceptively difficult in an LMP2. Again, look for the 2 board, down to 2nd gear, dip it in, a bit of an early apex, use all of the rumble strip on the exit, and now just awkward through here again. 4th gear, braking down, again deceptive this last corner, much slower than it looks like. Open up the car, down the pitch straight. What's it going to be for the number 11 498 racing car? Across the line, managed to not improve in that car actually, or does improve but not by much, stays in 5th position. The LMP2s look so much fun around here. I think you'll agree, Randall.
Oh, LMP2 is a dream to drive around a place like this. This is such a fundamentals track. You can really hoon the LMP around and find some time out there. But it's a risk versus reward. You got to know when to be brave and know when to be conservative.
Absolutely. On that note, as we see one of the GT4 cars is actually the slow motion broadcasting entry, the number 440. No buyers here though. Heading through the final corner now. And I can't overstate how difficult that corner actually is, particularly in LMP2. You're going at it so quickly, it just feels so slow. And
furthermore, your wheels never like straight whenever you're approaching it. As you're coming into the brake zone, you still have a little bit of right hand down into the car, trying to keep the weight on the left hand side. So whenever you're on the brakes, you can't go to full threshold braking, or else you really engage the ABS, or in the LMPs you'll lock up.
It's probably going to be the final lap for this car, the Mercedes, heading through into sector 3 now. Looks like a very short sector 3 actually. Breaks down into the final corner. Will probably squeeze another lap in if he's got the time. Angelo. This is for Moradness, one of the many Moradness entries in this league so far, in this event specifically. 10th position at the moment, as you can see by the board on the screen. Here's an Aston Martin going quite slowly. Sapphire Simsport Delta car, which suggests he's actually ran out of fuel. A little bit of a hum from the engine. Everyone just coming to a close now. Only allowed 3 laps in the qualifying session. And looks like that is actually it. We'll go to the grid for this 4 hours of Road America. Qualifying perhaps a little bit of a formality, but still important. Randall, take us through it.
Looks like we have for the LMP2s, we have Moradness Sapphire with Nathan Olson driving, starting on the pole position. The Wrong Stuff Pink, P2. Radness Green in P3. Prismatic Motorsports in P4. Wrong Stuff Black in P5. 498 Racing in P6. Sapphire Sim Sport Charlie in P7. Vaporworks Motorsport in P8. Tentacle Grape in P9. Prismatic Motorsports in P10. Mad Sim Racing in P11. DS Racing MV Skin Lab in P12. And then it looks like we're jumping to the GT3s. GPVA Natural Sur La Porte in 13th. Prismatic Motorsports with another entry in P14. Natural Sur La Porfia Racing in P15. Moradness Yellow in 16. Shut Up and Drive It B1, P17. MIA WSRL Endurance in P18. Eclipse Racing Team 19. Moradness Purple in 20th. Shut Up and Drive It G1 in 21st. GPVA PPA Racing Team in 22nd. Shut Up and Drive It G2 in P23. GPVA GM Hungaski Racing in P24. Shut Up and Drive It A1 in P25. DS Racing in 26th. GPVA GM Hungaski Racing in P27. Prismatic Motorsports with another entry in P28. Mirandus Black, P29. Empire Racing, P30. Prosciutto Punch Racing in P31. GPVA PPA Racing Team in P32. Tabula Rasa Esports, P33. Rabbit Chase Racing, P34. Eclipse Racing Esports in P35. And Tom, I'll give you the GT4 starting with P36.
So on pole position in GT4 is the number 401, the MIA Team Merc car. And then in second position, it's the Eclipse Racing Team 444. Then it's Jacob Money for Sapphire Simsport Delta in the 493. Stephen Koshko for the other Sapphire Simsport, the Alpha car in the number 192. Michael Dolling is racing for the Dolls, 478. Jack Lee in the 499 for 499 Racing, starts 41st. Then it's Andrea Divac for the Wrong Stuff in number 412. And then David Stevenson for number 413, Maradnus Orange. Brandon Gass starts 44th for Slow Motion Broadcasting in that number 440. And so as the cars start to roll, they've got a full formation lap ahead of them this afternoon. The cars just humming and whirring around this circuit. 4.8 kilometers, I believe. I read Road America. 6.5 kilometers, I should say. It was 4.048 miles. A very long circuit comparatively to a lot of the tracks we race at in WSRL regular season. Actually quite long compared to some of the tracks we'll be racing at this season as well, apart from perhaps the Nürburgring combined. That's going to be a beast of its own on November the 6th. But heading around this formation lap, crucial to just get a good start, do you think, Randall?
Get a good start. Keep it clean. That is the most important thing. Keep it clean. Don't go for any unnecessary risks. 4 hours is a long time. During this pace lap, you're just trying to calm your nerves, trying to forget that it's a big moment. As you get closer and closer to the green flag, the nerves start to vanish. You start to hone in on with your focus and get ready to race. The starting procedure, we were listening into the driver's briefing last night. The starting procedure, they're trying to keep 5 to 10 seconds between the classes, but it's up to the leader of each class to maintain that gap. The LMPs are clear to go once the pace car pulls in, and then the other classes will go on green flag.
Crucial as well, if there is an incident down into turn 1, for the GT3s to get out of the way and make sure that they don't career in and add to that utter bedlam. I'm sure these drivers won't be thinking about the turn 1 incident. I hope to see a nice measured driving. Perhaps not too conservative, but also definitely not too aggressive. I think we'll just ask now, Randall, as they head round the final couple of corners on this formation lap. Who do you think is going to get the overall win in LMP2?
Oh, that's you're really putting me on the spot there. That's going to be very tough. The Maradnas cars have looked really strong, and I know that they've practiced a lot, so wouldn't be surprised to see them on the podium at the very least. But based on qualifying times, looks like Sapphire Simsport Charlie's got a lot of pace.
Here we go then. Safety car into the pit lane, and we're ready to get underway in LMP2. First and foremost, got to be an important start as the green flag flies. Gone immediately as the number 17 Maradnas car. The green flag is out here at WSRL in Road America. Down into turn 1 they go. No real challenges straight away. A couple of positions perhaps being made up at the back, but it is the number 70 who holds the lead down into turn 1. As for the GT3s, we see them getting their race under the way. 288 on pole position there, down into turn 1, uncontested at the moment in the Mercedes. The 283 Prismatic Motorsports Athena tried something down into turn 1, couldn't quite do it. As for GT4, much more simple. The MIA Team Merc 401 leads the way pretty comfortably through there. No more contest there. However, number 33 has had an incident early on in this race and has had to drop to the back of the LMP2 field. Other than that, a pretty clean, a pretty good race start for these guys.
The 33 is going to have to... is lucky that he didn't lose more time in that incident. Got the car going back in the right direction pretty quickly. Now he just needs to buckle down, make sure that one mistake or one issue doesn't become more issues. Try to catch back up to the field.
Here's Divac for the wrong stuff, having a bit of an issue out of one of the corners, and Mercedes trying to attack the Aston Martin of the slow motion broadcasting car a little bit further behind. That number 440 has made up a position off of the start. The GT4 class, though, trying to get into their rhythm. And I know I said I was hoping for a measured drive on the line between conservative and aggressive. But I think these guys have actually driven pretty conservative, not really contesting each other down into turn 1.
Yeah, we had a small issue in turn 5 with the LMPs, but other than that, it's been a very clean start. It's exactly what you want to see. And now everybody's just going to try to follow the single file, find their pace, get in their groove. And it's one of those things where you don't necessarily want to go 100% the whole time. You want to find a nice, comfortable spot where you can be fast, maybe save some fuel, take care of the tires, and stay out of trouble.
So we apologise to the people watching the broadcast if the overlay is having a few issues. So many cars on the grid, the live timing software can't quite keep up. But we see the number 98 trying to attack the number 86. This is for second in class by my reckoning in LMP2. Second overall, of course. Although, that being said, I look further forward and I don't quite think that's true, Randall. But, well, we see, I believe Nathan Olsen is leading the way here. That number 70 leading off for the start, of course. And I wonder how these guys are going to approach this. Whether they do try and save a little bit of fuel in the first stint, go a little bit further, and then maybe build themselves some form of buffer as they head throughout the rest of this race.
That's a very valid strategy. They could have maybe possibly short-fueled the first stint just to get a really good start. You can see Maradnas really taking off here. Olsen is building a gap already. That gap could get bigger. We could have a two-car breakaway at the front, but it's really going to come down to who can do it over 4 hours. And if you have multiple drivers in that car, you know, if the other driver can he maintain as much pace as the starting driver, you have a slower guy coming in second maybe. It's a very complicated strategy in endurance racing. Looks like we have a car off at turn 5, one of the GT3s possibly.
Yes, it was Zach Rosar in the 299. Had a little bit of a spin. You can see there into the gravel in the Porsche. Not the greatest way to start your race, I think we can all agree. Though I suppose getting the little hiccups out of the way early, it may be a slightly difficult adjustment for some of these guys that come from the regular season, perhaps the sprint format, or maybe this is an opportunity that people are using to get into endurance racing somewhat, and it can be a little bit difficult to adjust at times, particularly when you're starting that car.
Yeah, when you're in your first endurance race, now I remember my first endurance race, there was a lot of nerves going into it. I thought for sure I was going to kill the car immediately. Really what it comes down to, even if you have a mistake or a little incident like that, you do your best to have a terrible short-term memory, forget it, get back on track, get going, manage the damage, and just try to click off consistent laps. Luckily for that Porsche, it looked like there wasn't a whole lot of damage to the car, and they should be able to go on. Now he's going to have to deal with some GT4 traffic, but that's going to happen anyway.
Yes, better early than later, I suppose. Here is the leader of the GT4 category, the MIA Team Merc, 401, leading the way pretty comfortably right now. Fastest lap in the GT4 category as well, a 2:15.3 is absolutely head and shoulders above the rest of that field. As we see the Porsche, actually the 299, trying to get back through. Will have, of course, a little bit of that traffic to navigate. I can see as well the number 70 LMP2 is just about entering the same sector as the GT4 field, so it won't be long before we start to see the absolute traffic paradise that we expect. So there we go, there's the first of the laps, and it's actually come to one of the ill-fated GT4s, Tobias Bowie in the 444, I believe last in class, and has now got an armada of LMP2s to deal with very early on in the race. 6 minutes is very early, actually, for LMP2s to be catching up to you. They are obviously significantly much faster, to the tune of about 25 seconds here at this circuit, but still wouldn't totally expect that this early.
I wonder if the 444 had some issues, or maybe it's just taking it extra easy on the start of the race. I did some laps in the GT4 last night during the practice session, and I can tell you the speed difference is astounding and scary. You really have to put a lot of trust in the other drivers and just stick to your line and be predictable.
If you are joining us on the YouTube this afternoon, make sure you say hello in the chat. We'll do our best to shout all of you out when we get the chance to. On board with the number 59 Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, trying to catch back up to the 44, and the rest of the pack, really. We can see the LMP2 field is spreading out somewhat at the moment in this race, which I think is, again, a little bit interesting. Just shows as the 70 catches up to that GT4 field. It just shows how everyone's on those different strategies, has different pace in an endurance field, which is always obviously going to happen. Everyone having different paces, more so than in a sprint league, for example, where often people are grouped by their pace. Here in endurance league is much more free for all. Different teams have different drivers and things like that. Shane Larson trying to cipher his way through the field, but we shout out to Geriatric Ginger in chat, said, did we find out what happened to the 33 LMP2 on lap 1? Apparently he lost it on his own accord there.
Yeah, it's not surprising, like you said, to see some of those cars spread out. Different drivers have different capabilities, and you'll have different drivers within the team that are faster than the others. And so you'll see the field spreads out. And when it comes to endurance racing, you want to find that comfortable pace, about 90 to 95% of what you would normally run in a sprint race, something that's fast that you can do consistently while managing traffic. Because it only takes one incident to go from the fastest guy to the slowest guy. So you need to be extra careful when you're dealing with some of these slower cars. Make sure you're timing your passes correctly, being patient, leaving a little extra space, because you really don't want to damage the car.
Just to sort of illustrate that point, you can see it in iRating, which of course I always say isn't the most scientific of measures, but it gives you a good idea. Nathan Olsen, for example, 5,000 iRating, the lead of the race. That's by far the highest in the LMP2 field, but the lowest in the LMP2 field, by what I can see, is 1,100. So it just goes to show how spread out the field actually is, and of course that will change throughout the day. as we see different drivers getting into those cars. Let's welcome in Batayo Yella, who says howdy from Prosciutto Punch Racing. Nick Eby here in the 498 racing car. Gets past one of the Aston Martins, trying to soldier on. It looks like there's actually a GC4 in a little bit of strife there on the exit of turn 1. It's the 299. Where were they in class? They're certainly not in the top 5. Here is what happened to the Porsche down into turn 1. It's Zach Rosar again, not having the greatest of first stints, just loses the car through turn 1. And we saw on the Porsche on board in qualifying, Randall, that car is very slidey. It's pretty oversteery by nature, and obviously not having the easiest of times of it during the race either.
It looks like, thankfully for him, they kept it out of the wall and out of the tire barriers, so minimal damage, just some time loss, and maybe a little bit of pride hurt. But get it back on the track, get it going, and try to just buckle down, find your pace, get comfortable, and click off some laps.
Looks like we have got someone in the booth with us. It's Will Coffey. And Will,
hey, how we doing, guys?
How's your race going at the moment?
It's going pretty good. We're currently in third in the Wrong Stuff Black. I got Aubrey Kundle in the car right now. He's faster of the two of us, so it's just out there just kind of slotting away. The traffic's working in our favor right now. It kind of pulled a couple of P2s off our back that were stealing our drafts, so we're in a pretty good spot right now.
Sort of prospects for this race, what are you aiming for as a team?
Like finishing, and then after that, maybe top 5 would be kind of cool. So there's a lot of fast people out here, and I think a couple people had a couple of slips in the very beginning. So I think if I can be top 5, I'd call that a success.
Let me jump in here, Tom. Will Coffey is one of the league organizers for the Endurance League. He's put in a lot of hours for this. So the start was pretty clean, Will. How happy does that make you?
Good, man. I'm looking at the charts here. I didn't see anybody even have to come into the pits until looks like lap 5. So I was heavily on the emphasis that lap 1 was important just to survive, and then we'll have a good race. And they listened. That's that's awesome. I don't think I've ever seen an endurance race happen where we've had so little issues for so long. This is great.
Hey, Will, I hate to interrupt you here. Sorry, Randall. I'll let you back to it, but we're actually about to go. We just had a bit of an incident here with David Steveston, so Randall, go ahead and walk us through that.
It's like we're coming into turn 5. Oh, Dave Steveston gets his right rear into the gravel on the braking zone and just immediately loses all rear end grip. The front end grips up, sends him right into the wall. A very heavy crash. Came back out into traffic. Everybody was able to avoid him, thankfully. And hopefully that's not race over, though. That's going to be a lot of repair work on that crew to get that car back out on track. Tom. All right, Tom, do you have any more questions for him?
Well, in terms of the endurance series, is this a shift for WSL? By my understanding, this is the first time WSRL has run an endurance series like this. Is this a sort of shift and something that you're hoping to build on as the time goes by?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have our sprint series, which is also multi-class, but it's just GT3 LMP2. I had a lot of requests. They really liked the format and how engaged our staff is, and they loved your guys' broadcast. So they were like, well, why not do an endurance series? So I jumped in, and Dre's been helping me out. And like I said, it's just been this constant ebb and flow of trying to figure out how to do this right and make sure if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. And then I think if this is successful and the guys like it, we'll continue moving forward. But obviously, it's going to take a lot of buy-in from everybody else and making sure they're happy. So, I don't want to. Got something else?
There's an absolute battle right now with LMP and GT3 cars just going to town on track. Fourth place Wayne Castile is he threaded the needle somehow.
Oh, we have another car off there. It looks like one of the GT3 BMWs at the exit of, I believe that's turn 8.
So,
a little bit of collision there in traffic. Had some help getting around, and hopefully not much damage to that car. Looks like he's taking his time to get it back on track and rejoin safely. Waiting for traffic. That's good on him. The stewards will be happy with that. And hopefully, like I said, not much damage. He can get underway.
So, regardless, Jose, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for joining us. And hopefully we speak to you a little bit later on as we see a pass for... Actually, that's one of the lapped traffic in GT3 trying to get around the 401 Team Merc car. It does do so in the end, rather unconvincingly though. And the GT3 Porsche is through. We thank Will Coffey for joining us early on in this race. 15 minutes gone, an absolute bedlam with the LMP2 and GT3 categories. As we move on to the GT3 leader, this is Giancarlo Light for the number 288. He's got some LMP2 traffic to contend with now, and this is just spreading everyone out more and more. The gap at the lead is 4.9 seconds between the number 70 and the number 17, so the traffic perhaps going to allow that gap to ebb and flow. I'm trying to have a look at who is flying along on track at the moment. I want to keep an eye, of course, on Wayne Castile in third position at the moment, the number 33. He could genuinely be in with a chance of winning this race with Wayne Castile's pace. He's an incredible driver if you follow around the slow motion broadcasting community. He's awesome in XTC, I believe he races. I know for a fact he races in AMS as well. And a very talented driver indeed. Seeing what he can do in these LMP2 cars right now, going along pretty nicely indeed. Only about 9/10 of a second in terms of fastest laps over the lead of the race, who's had clean air throughout.
Yeah, and we'll have to go back and look at that right there. There was a great screenshot. We see three Moradness cars as Wayne has a little bit of trouble with traction on the exit of the Canada corner there. We had three Moradness cars in three different classes all together. What a beautiful shot that was coming out of the carousel. We're hitting him with a bit of the commentator's curse now that we've been on board with him for a lap or so. He's had some issues with traction on a couple of exits, but I've watched Wayne race a lot. He's got a lot of talent. He's definitely a wheelman. He's got a good chance to bring home a good finish here for Moradness.
See the number 92 struggling to get around some traffic, does do so in the end. The GT3s now are starting to lap the GT4s as well. We've got we've managed to get basically the train just dissolving throughout this this race, and now everyone is just throughout spread about and just trying to focus on the gap ahead, which is how endurance racing should be. Only 17 minutes into this this race. Welcome Dan Babic and Hannibal Moore to the YouTube chat as well. Good to see you guys around on this nice Sunday afternoon or morning, depending on where you are. I know producer Adam has well, it's definitely morning for him, let's say that, as we see the number 59. Yes, as we see number 59 getting through some traffic at this stage. 18 minutes in, it's been a successful 18 minutes for the league, and no pit stops yet. We've seen actually a couple of people who have been ill-fated, Randall, but do you think the pit stops are going to change everything?
The pit stops will definitely create a little chaos. Oh, we see a GT3 off, it looks like, ahead. One of the BMWs coming off. It's very slow on exit. The GT4 has to lift to pull over to the right on exit. Going to cause a little mayhem as an LMP2 comes right up the middle. What a view. We're coming about halfway to the first LMP pit stops, and the pit exit here at Road America can be rather scary. You're coming out onto the end of a straightaway where people are absolutely flying, and you're not. So you have to be very careful about when you blend into traffic and how you take turn one. As you're approaching the end of the pit lane, if you're not pitting, you're going to need a teammate to tell you if there are or are not cars coming out. You want to keep an eye on that pit exit to make sure that you have a clean run to turn one, or whether you're going to be dealing with somebody and maybe have to go too wide through turn one. There's a lot of strategy that goes on with endurance racing. A lot of people like to put in their fastest driver for the first stint. And normally with the LMP2s, you'll see them do 2 fuel runs per stint instead of switching out every one. Sometimes it's better to put in your driver with the best traffic management for that first stint, because you're going to be racing door to door with your class for the first few laps, and then the first time through traffic is the worst. Everybody's still bunched up, and as you said, that first time through traffic kind of breaks everybody up and makes it a little bit easier to manage after that. So having a really good traffic driver in for that first stint can make a huge difference.
Can often actually as well be a matter of 3 stints if you want to put on perhaps a harder compound of tyre and just triple stint. You'd see that more perhaps as we see the GT3 BMW, the 395, really trying to get alongside the GT4. He's trying to relieve pressure himself from that 296 behind that's just sort of pressurising him somewhat, it appears, and at the moment just about holding on to it. But yes, sometimes you'd see that perhaps more so in longer races, but certainly an option that the teams have to play with. That's the beautiful thing about longer races. You get that extra leverage for strategy.
Yeah, you could save some fuel here and there, make that last stint shorter. You could short fuel the start to try to get a better start, to get a lead. There are lots of ways you can manage it. You can see who's good on tires, who's not. You can double stint tires sometimes. I know cars like the GT4s, they change tires as they refuel, so double stinting tires isn't so much of a thing. But the GT3s and LMP2s, they refuel and change tires separately. So deciding when you're going to change tires will be a huge part of the strategy. If you can double or triple stint tires, that'll save you a lot of time in the pits.
Back with Wayne Castile, losing touch actually to the leaders, the 17 and the number 70, still running in the podium in that Maradness green car. Here is the man he's chasing down, Shane Larson. These two having a wonderful little battle in the lap time department, trading blow for blow, but at the moment it is the number 17 that's just getting the rub of the green traffic wise and able to get a little bit of pace over Castile. But it's a long race, not to open the cliche book too early in the endurance season. This is a very long race indeed for the 4 hours, so they're going to have to relax and just keep chipping away at that lap time already. With the traffic is still gaining 0.5 of a second or so. And I wonder now if the number 17, if Shane Larson is going to try and just sit behind him, if he's going to start to think about how he can chip away lap time at the guy ahead of him for the lead of the race.
Yeah, Shane Larson was the sprint champion from the WSRL sprint series, so definitely has pace and the capability to win races. Let's see if he can parlay that into endurance racing. We see the 369 car with a bit of front end damage, maybe an incident in a braking zone, or with maybe he met the wall. It's very hard to say. I don't know if we have a replay of that incident, but damage looks relatively minor, and maybe they can get some repairs during their first fuel stop.
Important to note, actually, and thank you, Geriatric Ginger, in chat, that Castile did actually spin early. He's managed to get his way all the way through the field and back into that 3rd position. Though I say that, I believe something has happened on the timing screen. And oh no, nothing's happened. It was just a slight timing hiccup. Castile is actually okay, still in 3rd position. And when you do spin a car and you lose all that time for your team, it's always a nice little bonus that you're able to say sorry and then put in a masterclass to get yourself back up in 25 minutes of racing.
Yeah, he's only 18 seconds off the lead. They definitely still have a shot to win this. Oh, as we see one of the GT3s run wide through the kink. It's very difficult to go too wide through that corner. Maybe he was hoping that the LMP2 of Wayne Castile would wait and possibly didn't. It would be tough to say without seeing a replay, but ran wide there. It's very difficult to leave space on the inside of that corner. And we're going to have a replay of, looks like Joshua Benjamin. Oh, here's the replay. Yep, didn't look like a late move by Castile there. Just maybe caught Williams off guard a little bit. You can see him flashing his lights, not very happy with the move. manages to keep it out of the wall. So no real harm done. Maybe just lost a couple seconds of pace.
When I last raced at Road America, we actually made a rule that anyone who makes a move on a GT3 down into the kink is going to automatically get a penalty. And I think as an LMP2 driver, you have got the weight of... You have to know that making moves into the kink is always very risky, very difficult, and should be avoided whenever possible. That being said, you have to think about how much time you're going to be losing, and I suppose just one of those unfortunate incidents. It does look like actually we've got a bit of a battle for first in GT3. The number 323 and the 324 are very close together indeed, although whether it's first or not, I couldn't actually tell you. It looks like it's not. It's for 15th position overall. Regardless, it's the Maradness Purple and the GP, or the natural Sur La Porfia racing team. They've got a bit of GT3 traffic and a bit of LMP2 traffic and GT4 traffic getting in their way. It's going to be the BMW who looks to the inside, perhaps. They're both BMWs actually, aren't they? So perhaps not the best descriptor I could have used, but really going along quite nicely as it's the natural Sur La Porfia. Now I've got the timing back up, and the GPVA, the Maradness, well down the road, 8 seconds ahead. Here we go then. It's going to be a move for that second BMW. The number 324 looks to the inside, can't quite find the overspeed. A little bit of toe from the 401 GT4 ahead is going to allow fifth to stay ahead, and that is so treacherous, isn't it? Around the outside is the GT4. They both tried to send a dive on him, but the 324 has to stay in 6th position overall in the GT3 class, I should say, at the moment, and 323 surviving as well as they can. I really think that perhaps that was a bit too aggressive from the 324. I guess he had to follow him through it, Randall, but maybe you've just got to think, actually, well, I've got 3.5 hours to do this.
Well, we did see some good patience. He stuck his nose out, looked like he was going to try to make a move down the straightaway, saw the GT4 ahead, and maybe the toe from the GT4 for Patricio kind of sealed the deal and made it so he wouldn't be able to get a good run on him. But he saw that GT4 ahead, pulled back into line, and decided to try his move later, and then followed him through. The follow-through looked okay. It looks like maybe he misjudged his braking mark just a little bit, and almost made contact with the 323. So we have Justin Hall with an incident. Oh no! Looks like he gets it all wrong on the exit of 13A, gets into the grass, and gets hung up in the wall. That's going to be day done for that car, and an unfortunate end to the race early.
Not too sure it will be day done. I'm told that they get 2 fast repairs for the sake of competition, so is it a possibility you can tow that back and fast repair it?
Oh, in that case, absolutely, yes. Their day is not done. They're just going to have to make up some time and calm down the driver, probably.
I am led to believe, unfortunately, that we have got a couple of retirements from this race early on. The 440, the 444 and the 413 all showing us out on my timing screen. I also can't see them out on circuit either on my track map, so I'm suggesting... Oh, wow. Now, isn't that slightly counterintuitive? It said out on the timing screen, and they weren't moving along very quickly. He's definitely got some damage, the GT4, but thankfully for the slow motion broadcasting guys, they're still going along at the moment. They were perhaps a little bit, as I said, counterintuitive that it was displaying as out on the timing screen.
And we were giving Braden and his teammates some coaching this morning, just to, making sure they're in the right mindset. I'm not sure what happened with the car, where he got some damage. Maybe he was just collected in another incident. But it looks like he's still got a decent amount of pace and is still clicking off good laps.
As Justin Hall apparently has had another minor issue. We're going to take a look at it. Here is the 294 shut up and drive BM. Oh, that's not a minor off track. That is a fatal crash if this were the real world. And he's broken the laws of physics and gone through into the tyre barrier. I mean, if you want to be technical, that technically doesn't break the laws of physics, but it's very, very unlikely.
We have to wonder maybe if he had a hardware failure on his PC, lost his monitors or something, and couldn't control the car anymore. hopefully they're able to get that car back out on track and to complete the race.
Yes, and well, definitely a dramatic incident, and I think he may be using his second fast repair rather quickly. Indeed, that 294, it appears, is still stuck on the exit of turn 1, isn't moving anywhere anytime soon, so I'd suggest that that is indeed a hardware failure and he's not actually able to get out of the game. Either that or he's done the old, I'm going to crash on purpose because I give up, but I wouldn't assume that of him.
We see more traffic going on. A lot of the GT3s dealing with a couple GT4s. It's getting much easier to deal with traffic now as the pack is a bit more spread out. We see a nice gaggle of cars with the GT3s, but they're able to handle the GT4s rather easily on the straightaway.
And well, as we continue on, the 401 still leading the way in GT4, leading the way quite nicely as well. 3.3 seconds, has got two battling BMWs though to contend with. This is for 13th position in GT3. 376, I believe that is, goes around the outside and almost collects the leader of GT4. And that was almost very ugly indeed.
Being in the lead in the GT4, you're probably as nervous as a cat in a dog run right now with all these GT3s coming around. They're fast enough to get around you, but not as fast as the LMP2, so they can't make quick work of it. Sometimes some of these corners can get pretty dicey.
I just heard a crunch of carbon fibre in my ear. I hope that that is a audio issue in the game and no one actually going off of the track. 294 is still in the barrier. He's not moving anytime soon. And, well, that's what my track map's saying anyway. I hope that that's an issue because there's no way he's unable to get out unless, if I'm not mistaken, Randall, and I'm not a big iRacing guy, but if your car is moving, you're not able to go back to the pits, are you? So if that's the case, oh, there we go. In the end, he manages to get back into the pits and tow and fast repair, I assume. Might need to fast repair himself as well because that was a mighty hit.
And if he had some sort of hardware issue, he may have had issues seeing the screen or even sending a command to reset the car. There's a number of things that could have gone wrong there. Hopefully it sorts it all out. He sorts it all out.
And I didn't get that shot on my screen of Justin Hall in the barrier. It was absolutely wonderful. Not
he was
for him,
completely
but
javelined into it. Yeah, he was rear wheels in the air, and it finally settled down, and he was able to tow.
Oh well, number 92 trying to get around the 98. This is the Sapphire Simsport Charlie and the Tentacle Grape car, which certainly wins the award for the greatest name on the grid, but perhaps not winning the award for the fastest car on the grid at the moment. Has got the 92 for company, as I mentioned, and I think that 92 is going to try and go to the inside down into turn 1. Thought he'd think about the outside for a time, and oh my word, it's a huge move. Last of the late breakers, and I suggest that maybe the Tentacle Grape car didn't think about defending that too much at this early stage in the race, but it was definitely a brave move into a very fast corner and a move that was made absolutely supremely.
Yeah, it's a great passing opportunity, turn 1. Like you mentioned, the Tentacle Grape car, maybe backing out just a little bit, thinking that discretion is the better part of valor. They have a long time to race, and maybe now that he's behind the 92, he can have a little bit easier path through traffic and save some fuel.
Hey, real quick, hey guys, Adam Thompson here in the production booth. Randall, Tom, I want to ask both you guys, actually. So we're looking at Justin Barrera right now, number 98. They are 5th place in the LMP2, doing pretty well. But I do want to mention that Justin is actually one of the few guys that are running this whole race by himself. He is the one and only team member on the Tentacle Grape LMP2 team. So how does that factor into mindset? Just I wouldn't say it's super... what's the word? It's not extremely tough, I guess, because you're in a sim, but still staring at a computer screen for 4 hours has got to be, got to take a mental toll at least.
Well, earlier this year, I was racing on R Factor 2, a Le Mans event, and I was in for 5 stints. It was supposed to be 6, which in LMP2 it ended up being basically bang on 4 hours. And towards the end of it, you definitely do start to tire. This was worse, as it was a night stint, and you start to tire and you start to get a little bit dozy. And I also, when I first started sim racing, actually ran a 6 hours of Nürburgring solo on the full Nordschleife. That particular race didn't go too well, but I did get to the end, and it was one of the most difficult things I've ever done, I'd say, Randall. I don't know if you've done any long stints on this sim, but it's one of the most difficult things you can do, I'd say, in terms of the concentration of it. Because at least if you're in an actual car, you've got the feeling throughout the car. You don't have to rely on the visual elements of it so much. But in the sim, you've got to maintain that concentration all throughout.
That's 100% right. About 4 hours is about my limit personally. Most of the time, I have ran, I think it was about 4.5 hours. Once also at Le Mans, also in a night stint in the HPD, back when the HPD used to be part of the 24 Le Mans in iRacing. And it came down to none of my teammates woke up to relieve me in the middle of the night, so I just had to keep driving. And it gets very difficult to maintain your focus. I think I even had an issue where Le Mans is such a long lap that the automated crew chief told me that I needed to pit that lap, and then by the time I got around to the pits, I had forgotten. Just plain and simple. It's really hard to focus on things outside of driving once you get a couple hours into the car. But the driving itself is, for the most part, pretty automatic after a couple hours. You're kind of just going off muscle memory. It's the other things like doing fuel calculations and strategizing and other things like that. If you don't have somebody in your ear, it's very hard to do after you've been kind of hypnotized by the road for a couple hours.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've done much go-karting, Randall, but I do a little bit rental-wise myself on locally, and I ran an hour-long stint in one of those karts once, and it is probably the only real metric I've got to measure against the real world of things. And keeping up momentum in a go-kart for an hour-long stint is, I would argue, much easier than doing an hour-long stint in the simulator, from my personal experience, purely because in the go-kart you've got all of those feelings. You've got the seat, you know the track usually a lot better in the go-kart. Sometimes they're much simpler tracks, but I personally find myself less prone to mistakes, so I would argue that the sim, and I don't know when you take it up to this level of GT3 cars and LMP2 cars in the real world, obviously, unfortunately, we'll never get there myself, but I don't know how it's similar, but I know at least that when you've got all those things in the real world, it makes staying concentrated that little bit easier, never mind the adrenaline, of course.
And I'm sure this is equally true in real life as it is the sim. What you really need for long races like this is a good, comfortable seat that's not going to give you any issues, a good setup and a good seating position so you don't have any cramps or muscle issues. You want to have as little focus dedicated to other things off the track. Basically, the way it was explained to me when I started doing all this was you have $1 worth of focus, and everything that you have to pay attention to spends cents out of that dollar. So if you have a setup that's maybe not like a rig that's aluminum profile, maybe you're on something that's a bit less sturdy. Well, there goes 10-15 cents of your focus gone to the whole rig moving and things like that. So it's very important to have a good, comfortable seating position and to make sure that you can focus completely on the race. We see some traffic management going on here. The 324 making his way around some GT4s, being very patient with it, getting very close to the 444, but able to get it done going into turn 6. So it's a very tricky overtaking spot, manages to get it done, and everybody stays clean.
That takes a lot of skill in itself. Traffic management when it comes to multi-class racing is one of my main weaknesses. And actually, more pressingly, first pit stops are coming in. We've got Mac, I don't know who that is actually, the MAC regardless, and then P10, so the Tentacle Grape car, also into the pits. First pit stops for the LMP2's event coming in at the moment. It's Georgina McKay for Prismatic Motorsports in the pits, as well as Justin Barrera for the number 98 Tentacle Grape car. GT3 into the pits as well. A couple of cars actually opting for the pit stops. Leaders still not out yet. These cars in iRacing can typically do 45 minutes. You said, Randall, of course, take the 80% into it. We're looking at 35 to 40 minutes, depending on how much they've been fuel saving throughout the stint. But it looks like at the moment, most of the LMP2 field are going to start to come into the pits.
Yeah, another thing about endurance racing is in the real world, you have an entire team to help you and to keep you focused, and you can focus more just on driving. People like Justin Barrera may not have anybody to help him, so he's not only having to drive, he's also having to play crew chief at the same time, do race strategy, decide when he's going to change tires, set up his pit stops, do all that on the fly. It's very challenging sometimes, especially while dealing with traffic.
Absolutely. And in fact, the traffic can often mean that you use a little bit less fuel, I suppose, particularly if you've got slipstream of people and things. And as well, just the regular, maybe opt to a bit of clutch and coast, lift and coast, depending on what takes your fancy. And it can often save you a bit throughout the stint. But I think the most important thing is making sure that you at least hit your marks of the 35 minutes as a minimum. But if they are able to extend here, as Olsen has done, so is the Wrong Stuff car, and it looks like the number 33 as well, if they've been able to send 40 minutes of racing, then that's going to help them later on into the race, when all of a sudden they can be a little bit more aggressive on the fuel.
And it looks like we possibly have one of Nathan's teammates from Morad and the Sapphire in the booth now, Dan Willis. Tell us a little bit about your guys' race so far.
Yeah, hi. I hope everyone's having a good day today. That the Miranda's Oceana coffee, like we just had a whole bunch of Oceana Guatemala coffee this morning, and we're just hyped. The car's feeling really good. You see Nate Olson is in the car at the moment, and so far so good. I mean, we're happy with the car's performance. The tires seem to be holding up pretty well, so we're even talking about changing up our tire strategy for the race. But so far so good.
So tell me, is Nathan the fastest driver on your team, or do you think you're the fastest driver?
Well, I'm. They call me Old Man Dan for a reason on the team. So me compared to Nate, I mean, Nate certainly has the pace compared to me. Even in the last 6 months, as part of the Miranda's driver development program, Nate's pace and skill has really come alive. So he outpaces me by a bit, but yeah, I'm looking forward to getting in the car here in a bit and see if I can keep the pace up and keep the car clean.
So it looks like he's built up a pretty good gap for you for whenever you jump into the car. Is this your first endurance race, or are you pretty experienced?
This is not my first endurance race. This is my first league endurance race. But I've been doing endurance races for a couple of years now, so I do have some experience.
Great. Are you eager to get out there in some of that traffic?
I am extremely eager. I love the GT4s out here. I mean, it makes the carousel corner like pretty treacherous, but having GT4s out here as a third class is a great experience. I know it was hard trying to fill out the GT4 class getting the series started, but I'm glad that we filled it out, and I hope that class is having fun, because we certainly are as well. I love the challenge that it brings.
So what track are you looking forward to the most out of this series?
Well, I mean, probably the Glen.
Yeah, that's definitely a good track, especially for the LMP2. Tom, do you have any questions for Dan?
Yeah, so I was just going to jump in and ask Dan if you're able to tell us. You touched a bit on the tyre strategy. What's the sort of the crux of that at the moment? Are you how are you opting to run the tyres? Are you double stinting?
Well, I mean, we've talked about taking just left sides. We've talked about double stinting. I don't want to give too much away this early, but I will say that our tire wear is better than we had anticipated. It's better enough that we are considering changing up our strategy a little bit.
Sorry, Dan. Adam Thompson here in the production booth. Do you think that the tire wear, you guys have obviously done some practice, is it just better in this session, or is it better, overall that you guys were expecting, and how much of that is setup related?
So great question. It's better overall than we had expected. I think part of the reason for that is because of this is the first time we've had this much traffic in practice. Because even practicing with the team, 6-7 cars on the track is not the same as 50. And because of that, that's causing us to drive a bit more conservatively. And that extra conservatism in the car that we're putting in combination with our setup by Dion Fialo's special sauce, that combination, I think, is increasing our tire wear.
Yeah, absolutely. Just figured I'd get a little bit of word in edgewise. You can have him back now, Tom.
Thanks for joining us, Dan, and I hope that your car is continuing the successes that they have done so far. Nathan is absolutely flying at the moment.
Yeah, thanks. For happy to be here, and the Miranda's driver development program. We're really excited to be a part of this series. So thanks. Hope to see you later.
Real quick, Dan, before I let you go, you've been mentioning this Miranda's driver development program. Can you talk a little bit more about that? And is it open to any drivers who are wanting to get a little better? And how do they get in touch with you?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Dan Morad, a professional race car driver, is also the owner of the Miranda's driver community. A year ago, he started a niche community program that began on November 1st of last year, and that program has evolved over the last 12 months into what's really what we call a driver development program. It is available to to the general racing community who's interested to become a part of it. Join the Miranda's community. Get involved. Reach out to myself and really Dan Morad to talk about what the program entails. It does. There is a cost of entry to it, but we can talk anybody through what the potential rewards are to that. And I think, seeing Nate Olson and Wayne Castile and a couple of Miranda's cars out towards front of the field, that should be pretty telling about what the driver development program is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Dan, thank you very much. We just got a crash to catch up on here, but thank you so much for your time.
Yes, thanks you. Thanks for your time, and have a great day.
You as well.
Well,
Looks like the issue with the 378, some multi-class interactions here. He was struggling to get around a GT4, maybe the GT4 a little bit slower on exit, causing him to check up. A little bit of contact sent him around, and everybody else seemed to be able to avoid the situation for the most part.
Frustration for the 378 then straight into the wall, and thankfully not the most huge of hits, so we will be able to keep going. Upsets his rhythm ever so slightly. 47 minutes now into this race. Normally on slow motion broadcasting we'd be ready to wrap up now and do some interviews, but still got plenty of time left in this one. 3 hours and 13 minutes to be exact. Here is Stephen Koshko in the number 192 Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, just navigating or being navigated by a little bit of traffic. He's got 0.6 of a second up to the wrong stuff in the number 412, the Aston Martin. We're just going to see what the Mercedes has here, whether it can catch up to that Aston Martin, whether it's going to be the raw German power of the Mercedes, or of course the elegance of the Aston Martin is of course the car that you choose in a 4-hour race, particularly in GT4 and GT3 of course. They are BOP'd by iRacing naturally. However, when you take to a track like this and a season that has got so many tracks of different characteristics, I mean, think about the Nürburgring, think about Watkins Glen a little bit later on, they're all very different to this particular circuit. Your car choice as the 192 is into the pits actually on this occasion, looking for an undercut perhaps, as actually the car ahead of him is in as well. So just waiting to see who is faster on the pit stop. Full set of tyres for the GT4 cars, it looks like, particularly the 192. But Silverstone as well, and Sebring of course later on, they're all very different circuits. So I think the car that you choose is going to be very important throughout the season.
I asked the question during the drivers' meeting if they're allowed to change cars between rounds. They are not. They're not stuck with the car that they chose in round one for the rest of the season. So we can see some of these teams possibly jump around between different manufacturers. to possibly take advantage of different car strengths at different tracks.
Yes, as Olsen now leading the way by 25 seconds, which is a testament to him, actually, because I don't believe that can be from pit stops. Just going to check my live timing, actually, because I forget I have that. I can see the pit stop. So, no, Olsen hasn't pit yet, so that explains that gap. We're waiting for him to go into the pits. 50 minutes on a fuel tank is exceptional from Nathan Olsen, clearly doing something right in that car. We've got Magnus Andersen in the booth with us, and Magnus, you've been waiting quite a long time for this interview. But I'll just ask straight up, how are you finding this new WSRL Endurance Series?
I'm a dirt racer gone road, so this is like my first endurance race for a league race. I'm just gonna try to keep it on the track and have fun.
Oh no! Is there a slow motion car into the wall? And his engine will have blown as well. Bonnet straight off, as actually his engine hasn't blown. He's got away with it, but definitely.
Can you push me back so I can spot him there, fellers?
The commentator's curse strikes again. That was Brandon's teammate Magnus, and as soon as we get to talking to him, Brandon has a bit of an issue. We can see he's crabbing his way, trying to get back to pits. Has a very damaged car. I think they still have a faster pair left, so they'll still have a chance to get back out there and do some laps, and maybe Magnus can get himself some endurance experience.
Oh no! As the 444 then I saw just before we could see them go into the pits, had a crash on the exit. If we could get a shot of them once more as we see them come back to the pit lane, I think he's actually stopped now. I'm not too sure. Here is there we go, managed to get into the pits in the end, but crabbing a lot and definitely needing a fast repair there, Randall. Here's the replay of what happened, as I thought, just went into the wall on the right hand side, crabbing in the car. But at least he bent the suspension the other way, and but actually towed from there, didn't he? I believe. Tentative, waiting for the cars to get by. Oh my word, that is scary. There we go, opting to tow it in the end. Wow, definitely an interesting moment from Brandon.
Yeah, your initial instinct is always I can just drive this back to the pits. It's right here. It's just one corner away. But then you have all the traffic to deal with. You don't exactly know what kind of damage you've done to the suspension geometry, what's going to happen when you turn the wheel or when you hit the brakes. And sometimes it's just better to just tow. And it's a lesson hard learned, and didn't seem to lose much additional time from that. But they'll get that car repaired and hopefully get back out there.
Yes, and well, I say plenty of time. A 4-hour race is very different to something like a 6-hour or even a 12 or 24, where you would say, okay, let's pit now. Even if we're 6 minutes into the pits, in a 24-hour, you still go there purely because you can make up that time throughout the race, technically speaking, so it's worth continuing on. 4-hour race, however, it actually isn't as long. I know we've been talking about how long this race actually is, but when you have, in the context of a repair like that, 4 hours isn't a very long time. Even now it's 3 hours as we approach the hour mark in about 8 minutes time. It isn't as long as you think.
For when it comes to repairs, you're right, it's not. But when it comes to just running the race, 4 hours feels plenty long most of the time, especially if you're one of these absolute mad lads that's out here doing it by himself. 4 hours can seem exceptionally long. When it comes to endurance racing, sometimes just finishing the race will feel like a victory.
Yes, though I always suggest that 4-hour races, it doesn't feel as much of a victory finishing these ones, purely because of how much of a formality finishing a 4-hour race can get when you are such a well-run team, such as perhaps the Maradna Sapphire car in the number 70. It can feel a little bit easy almost to finish a 4-hour race, so it's not as rewarding as finishing something like a 24. However, it's still an achievement, and it's a nice mix, this format, between the longer races and the more Grand Prix style short races.
A 4-hour race for some of these people who are experiencing endurance for the first time, 4 hours is the perfect introduction to endurance racing. It's big enough to make you work for it and to do the strategy and to work as a team, but it's not long enough to seem super daunting. And if you lose it, you don't feel as bad as if you do in, say, like a 12-hour race.
Well, of course, this is why a 24-hour, for example, you know what? I can't even use the excuse of it being 3 a.m. now. It's pretty reasonable time for me. Let me just roll it back and start that sentence again. A 4-hour race. This is why ELMS runs 4 hours, for example. It allows bronze drivers, for example, you see the likes of Michael Fassbender racing in ELMS. It gives them that introduction to endurance racing, and hopefully in the real world that step up to be able to take the leap into WEC. And a total unrelated point at this stage in the race. Something really interesting happened to me today, Randall.
Oh, tell us.
So I was tagged by Tom Dillman's sponsors saying congratulations on my victory in the Le Mans Cup.
Oh, well, congratulations, Hal. I didn't know you were racing in the Le Mans Cup.
It was incredible. I didn't know I was racing in the Le Mans Cup, but apparently I've won it, which was incredible.
That's a real achievement.
I know.
Looking in the chat here, I'm sorry to interrupt your story. I'm looking at the chat here. It looks like the Prismatic Minerva LMP2 number 59 has had some issues with repairs. iRacing is known to have this glitch sometimes where you come into the pits to take repairs, and they don't actually repair the car. They don't clear the meatball flag. So they went back out, tried to come back around, and I think even tried to tow and could not get it to clear, and eventually got the DQ for not taking repairs. So an unfortunate end to the number 59's race, kind of out of their control. So better luck next round, I hope. And very unfortunate.
And finally, the number 70 is into the pits. And I just want to be able to treat my fuel tank the way that man has treated his. 56 minutes when we expected 40 at most. That is an incredible stint from Nathan Olsen. He's going to lose out on some time, but still, he's taken an absolute age to come into the pits. The number 17 inherits the lead of the race. I'm not too sure how this has happened, to be honest, because I'm looking through Nathan Olsen. He pits on lap 30, lap 16. Shane Larson pits. Wayne Castile also, actually, whilst I mention this, he hasn't pit yet either. So something is going on at Maradnas, which has made them find, 15 minutes compared to everyone else.
Well, I suspect that possibly we have an issue with our timing screen, and that they pit around lap 16 as well. I know you can save a lot of fuel in these cars. The pace he was running, I can't really see that he was saving that much fuel to be able to almost double the length of his stint. But still an exceptional job to do what he's done. He pulled out a massive gap in the opening stint of this race, and we'll see if they can keep it open.
Yes, perhaps an issue on the timing screen. I certainly didn't see him come into the pits, and I was curious because of that 25-second gap that he had pulled. It didn't seem quite right to have pulled that after ebbing and flowing around that 10-second mark for such a distance, and perhaps that would... I don't know, it's a funny business, and I think the only people that will know are them, but our timing screen certainly not proving to be the most helpful at this stage in the race. We've got 2 minutes until the first hour is up here. I believe you'll be jumping out of the booth for the after the first hour, Randall, to be back for hour 4, and it will be Adam Thompson coming in. But as we round out this first hour, successful first hour of racing, would you say?
Yeah, and actually we've had a bit of a scheduling change. I will be taking all 4 hours, so you're stuck with me for another hour.
Oh dear, I'm gonna have to leave and mull over that information.
I know that probably wasn't in the fine print on your contract, so I hate to break it to you this late in the game. But yeah, 1 hour in, we've had some exceptionally good racing. We've had a few incidents. It's been overall pretty clean. We're through the hardest part of the race when it comes to traffic management. So now it's just a matter of, managing your tires and fuel, dealing with the traffic that you do come across. It's a bit more spread out now, a bit easier to take, and just clicking off good laps.
Yeah, and well, I think that's the key of it as we approach the end of this first hour. I believe, I'm not too sure how we run it here, but we should be going to the mid-race results if possible at the hour marks. Oh no, I'm hearing in my ear we won't. We will go through the field, but we won't get a mid-race results page come up. But, well, we'll give it 15 seconds before we start that. Here is the race leader. I suggest that, yes, he has actually pit in that wrong stuff pink car, has Shane Larson in the number 70. And, oh no, sorry, I was thinking about the number 70. So, yes, here's the interesting part about all of it, isn't it? Is we were wondering what had happened to 70. So Nathan Olsen, I was getting Nathan Olsen and Shane Larson confused. Nathan Olsen in the number 70, I believe, did pit at the 30 lap mark, because I don't see how he's in third. Do you know what? I actually just haven't got a clue how this is run at this stage.
They almost certainly pit. They almost certainly pit around lap 15 or 16 because they had some tire wear information that made them adjust their strategy. And the way iRacing works is you don't actually get to see what the tire wear looks like until you come into the pits. So in order to have that information, they would have had to pit already. They've pit for the second time on lap 31, now running third, and it looks like they just jumped back into second as the other Madness car was in the pits with Wayne Castile. Shane Larson's still yet to make his second stop, so he's right now inherited the lead, but your de facto leader is still going to be Madness Sapphire with Nathan Olsen in the car.
Justin Barrera, by the way, gets the award for the greatest profile picture of the day. As I need that meme saved to my camera roll personally. Heading on through.
He's got quite a sense of humor. I mean, that team name, the profile picture. Maybe after the race, Justin Barrera and I can go get a beer.
But anyway, we see the number 11 trying to chase down the number 98. These two have been battling a little bit throughout, haven't they? And now down into turn 1. Maybe the 498 racing car is going to be able to find a little bit of extra speed through that slipstream, cresting probably about 180 mile an hour into this turn 1, probably actually 190, looking at the speedometer for breaking down to 100 in less than 50 meters, and just stays behind at the moment. Does the number 11. Has to bide his time here. I always say in endurance racing, it's not about making a move as quickly as possible, it's always about making a move when you are able to, in a way. You've got to just build the pressure and be prepared to stay behind someone for even half a stint at times.
Yeah, you got to adapt to your situation. Take the form of water, as I always tell my teammates. Take what the race gives you. If you get an opportunity to make a move, make the move. If you are having issues getting around somebody, just back off a little bit. Save some fuel, save your tires. It'll all play out in the end.
Well, as we see the number 86 trying to attack, I believe that's the number 92 just ahead. They've got a bit of traffic here, which is going to play into the hands of the number 86, perhaps, depending on how quickly that number 92 can get around them. Down into this double right-hander, he is going to get around the, I believe this is called the carousel, and this is a very treacherous moment, isn't it, from the number 86, able to get around the BMW as well, but unfortunately, how quickly that the number 92 was able to get through them, it's really not helped that Vaporworks car.
Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. That time it looked like traffic giveth to the 92 and traffic taketh away from Kwok Min. So this racing is just plain and simple not fair. Traffic is not fair. You're going to lose time no matter what happens. The trick is to try to lose as little as possible over the entire length of the race.
There's the wrong stuff car going along quite nicely at the moment. Aubrey Kundle, the number 57, and down in 10th position overall, 10th position in class, of course, as well. And not really having the worst of days. Oh no, sorry, the 9th in class. It just switched on my screen once again. It's Patrick Stein in the number 44 in 10th position. in class. Of course, this is a little run through the field, by the way, for those interested. 40 cars to get through as we switch to the GT3 leader, the number 283, going along nicely again at the moment. 2 laps behind the LMP2 leaders, of course, which is quite a shock, actually, given the fact we're an hour through into the race. And actually, here's an interesting permutation. GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 Am.
Here we have 2 different divisions within the GT3 category. 2 possibly different skill levels going for the same points but different leaderboards. We see Rachel makes the move on the 22nd place car in the GT3 class, going into Canada corner, having a nice clean race, leading overall in the GT3s. We jump back to Giancarlo Leita in the 288 DS Racing MV Skin Lab. Coming through the final corner of the lap, that Mercedes looking pretty clean. Back here, 13th overall, P3 in class, Diego Era in the GPVA Natural Sur La Porfia Racing Team. 14th overall and P4 in class, Carson Keene in the 233, looking pretty clean in that MIA BMW. Right behind him in Miranda's purple is Matthew O'Leary, that 334 in the AMG. Oh, we have a fight for the lead in GT4. We're on board with Jacob Money, and looks like he is fighting with the MIA car in the GT4 category. He's taking a defensive line down the straightaway towards turn 5. Going to have that inside line and probably have the advantage coming out of the corner if he can make it stick. Oh, a little bit of contact there on exit. The 401 has to back out of it. Live the fight another day as the Tentacle Grape car makes its way through as they sort themselves out.
Yes, and disappointment for the MIA car as well, as he was driving along quite nicely, wasn't he, Marin Trucke? Still got a chance to attack this Aston Martin back, though. Will certainly try and do so. Heading through the carousel now, he goes on board with that Mercedes. You can see just how difficult it is to get these cars through these corners. GT4 cars, of course, a mix between the sort of road car and the more specialist racing car GT3, and that is why it's so difficult to make a move into the king, because you can just upset the car so much. And look at how much time that has lost. The number 401, 7/10 of a second, and it looks like the Sapphire Simsport Delta is through. Have they had a driver change in that 401 car? I believe. No, they haven't, I'm hearing. So it is Trucke throughout this race so far. So I was suggesting the driver change might be of how they found that extra 3 seconds, Sapphire Simsport Delta. But of course, MIA Team Merc obviously just not having the greatest run of things after the pit stops, and now down in second position, but still all to play for in that GT4 category.
So, Tom, it looks like we do have a battle up here in the GT3 class as well. I just want to mention something here real quick. We've got a couple drivers here in this GT4 class. They fight for the best beard over there at Wrong Stuff Racing League. Andrea Divock here that we're on board with right now is actually one of the league organizers, league owners of this. But yeah, it's pretty funny to hear the banter going back and forth. But I want to know in chat if you guys know Andrea or Eric. Tell us what you think. Who's got the best beard in the business?
Most important of competitions. And I'd quite like to drag in actually Justin Barrera's in interview waiting room 1. It'd be interesting to get a chat with him whilst we get the opportunities. They continue to battle on in the GT3 category for 19th position. That is between the 369 and the 323. Here's Justin Barrera. Why on earth is he in interview waiting room 1? He's just joined. He's racing. Justin, I don't want to be too awkward here, as I appreciate you may be slightly preoccupied. But how's the race going at the moment?
I'd say we're doing decent, but we got taken out early because of the GT car I was trying to pass into the last corner, and I don't know what happened. I suppose he dropped the tire, and it fun on him. But so far so good. I'm trying to make it back into like a top 5 if possible. That's really my goal. Like usually top 5s.
How are the tyres travelling for you at the moment? I know some people said that their tyres, I think it was the Madness squad actually, the 70, they said that their tyres are feeling a lot better than they expected. Are you able to do less wear than you were expecting, or is it pretty much on par?
I think because it started so early, the tire will be a lot less than normal. But as it progresses, it'll get worse and worse. For me, it's fine. I'll run them for a long time. I don't mind too much, and generally I'll wait and see how they're wearing, and depending on what they're doing, I'll decide if I want to, take all of them, or fronts, or rears, or sides, just depending on how they wear. Yeah, right now, just getting run down by everybody out there.
Well, I've got a slight idea. I'm not sure if you'd be willing, but if you rode on board with me, would you be willing to talk us through a lap?
Yeah. Just let me know at what point. We're already like going into T5.
Go for it now. Just talk us through the rest of this lap at Road America.
All right, give me a little bit here. We got a P2 on us. I'm going through, forget what point it is, 7 and into 8. 8's the flat out corner. And then this 9 going the left-hander, break down hard at the 2. And try not to get the rear loose, but I hate the carousel, but it's really hard to navigate with traffic. Flat out through the kink. No real issues there, of course, in the P2. Try to put on the curves to get as much speed as possible. We got their slow GT4 coming. They wander around a little bit, and it's really annoying. Because sometimes they'll be in the middle, or right or left, and as you're coming up, it's just hard to deal with. Flat out through this section of the track. Brake a little early into the last corner to get it turned in so you can get a better run out of it. Drop some wheels down over on the left side. Pass these cars on the straight. Try to get all the draft you can get out of them for speed. I got an LP behind me. I have going into T1, but I got a GT car, so I'm just going to lift early.
Well,
that way I don't meet them at the corner. Stay on the inside. I don't really want to go back to the left too soon, just so I don't possibly kill myself with the GT car behind me braking. I'm going to try to defend this into T5, but we'll see how this goes.
Well, that's incredible, Justin. Thank you very much for joining us. And
I'll try to come back a little later in the race.
Well, thank you very much. That was quite incredible, genuinely. It's defending from someone, siphoning through traffic, and commentating over his lap. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much, Justin.
You guys have a good day so far.
You too. We'll track you out. Wow. That's unbelievable, isn't it, Randall?
Yeah, you can see some of the things that are going through his head, or you can hear some of the things that are going through his head, how quickly he was picking up the slow cars ahead of him, and he was planning how he was going to attack them in different corners, how he said he was going to lift early so he doesn't meet them at the corner, so he gets a good run off and doesn't move over back in front of them right before the braking zone. That's a good way to get yourself taken out. And all the while, defending from the 57. Really incredible stuff.
Well, unbelievable stuff, I have to say. He's still defending here. Is Justin down into the final turn here at Road America. The 57 really looking to have a little bit of vigour in this attack of that 7th position. Of course, Justin telling us that he wants to finish in the top 5 in this race. That is his goal. Down into turn 1. Lots of traffic is going to upset the number 57. Kundal, though, going to go to the inside. Perhaps can't find the room through there. Aubrey Kundal having to stay behind for the time being. Justin not commentating right now on his lap, but doing just as good of a job as he did when he was.
it's very interesting to peek into the mind of a racer as they're doing things. Everybody focuses on different things. I think Just is probably pretty good in traffic the way he was picking up those cars very early.
Well, absolutely. Still defending from the wrong stuff car. Just about heading into that corner there, turn 5. Now under the Corvette bridge into next sequence at Road America. Carousel coming up very soon. Don't want to be making moves into there, though I'm sure if the wrong stuff car does get a sniff. Oh no, Justin! Oh dear! Into the grass. And that will be frustrating for Justin Pereira. And wow.
He's not lost this race yet. He didn't lose too much time. He still can see Aubrey ahead. May have a chance to run Aubrey down and get the fight back on for that position as we jump on board with Nathan Olson, who is really just opened up this gap quite a bit. Still running away with this race. It'll be interesting to see what his teammate can pull off in the car.
Yes, waiting to see when they choose to pit there, presumably around the 2-hour mark. They'll do a driver swap 50-50 between the two of them. Here's Shane Larson in the wrong stuff pink in second position at the moment. 36 seconds behind that Maradnas Sapphire car. Still waiting for these sort of second pit stops in LMP2. 498 into the pits at this stage. That's the number 11 car. Slightly confusing to have a number in your name. And wow, look at this amount of traffic for O'Leary trying to attack the number 233, I should say. That BMW just ahead. Mercedes on BMW down into turn 1. I don't think he's going to be able to find the speed here. It's Matthew O'Leary, the number 17, getting through the both of them. Actually going to allow the BMW to go a little bit wide and give Matthew a little bit of a sniff, perhaps down into turn 1. Again, just can't quite find the space here. And they've got a Porsche for company. I believe this is someone trying to lap them, so they'll have to pull over. Really interesting that we're an hour and 15 minutes into this race and we're already seeing so many battles forming.
Yeah, these guys and gals are really after each other the entire race. Sometimes they're just sitting there and waiting to be opportunistic, waiting for somebody to make a mistake in front of them and maybe saving fuel and tires. Some of them are on full attack already, so a good mix of strategies and mentalities out there.
Absolutely. On that front as Brandon is out of the car. Brandon Gas, and it'll be interesting to talk to him from the slow motion 440. Magnus Andersen into that ill-fated car at the moment. Brandon, apologies for dragging you in so abruptly, but just to address the elephant in the room, not the easiest of stints for you, a couple of incidents, but at the end of the day, you're still running, and that's the most important thing, an hour and 17 minutes into the race.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. I was spotting him. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I said probably not the easiest of stints for you, a couple of unfortunate incidents, but you'll be feeling happy that at least you're going along nicely and still travelling in this race.
Yeah, the first hour of the race was not what I was hoping for. I made a couple errors myself, and then I got cleaned out by an LMP car. But we're still on the track. Oh, my guy is spinning here. Yeah.
Boy, we're batting 1,000 with our own car here. Every time we try to talk to one of the drivers, it ends up causing an issue. Maybe we should just leave them alone for the rest of the race.
Might be just about sensible on that front. Here's a battle. Jacob Money. Not a battle, he's being passed. Able to... Actually, he's behind quite some distance from the MIA car at the moment. I believe there's been another pit stop there. If I just consult my timing screen, I'll be able to tell you, assuming that it's true. Yes, there has been an extra pit stop, I believe, and that's allowed for 17-second gap for the MIA car at this stage.
These GT4s, this is probably the most difficult class to drive in this race, especially if you're racing for position. whenever you're trying to make a move on somebody, you're constantly aware of faster cars coming up behind you, and you got to really time your passes, time your moves. I don't envy these GT4 drivers. They got a lot of work and a lot of challenge to deal with.
Yes, no, me neither. As heading on through here is Andrea Divac for the number 412. Third position at the moment. The 499 racing car, number 499, is behind him and about 3.2 seconds. So comfortable at the moment for Andrea, though a 3-point-whatever second gap can be a little bit deceiving to you, as you can suddenly find yourself losing quite a great deal of time, just getting complacently comfortable. So got to keep his wits about him if he wants to hold on to this podium. At the moment, a podium in GT4 would definitely be a good start to the season for the Aston Martin. Well, two Aston Martins actually battling, aren't they? The 499 and Aston Martin as well. Here's the Porsche going through. And a nose on that Porsche, the number 299. I believe that was the Porsche that had the incidents earlier on in the race, wasn't it? And actually recovered his thoughts quite nicely and managed to go along without any major incidents. It's Zach Rosa able to get into a rhythm. Took him a moment, but to get back up into 15th in class, I think is a pretty good effort from him after a couple of difficult moments in the race.
Yeah, if you're going to have incidents, that's the way to have them. Basically no damage on the car. Zach has been able to keep it clean despite his troubles, and has now seemed to have found his groove and is clicking off some good laps here, dealing with traffic, and hopefully he can make up a few more spots.
Obviously, those incidents will shroud this stint when he looks back on them, but I think he'll be pretty encouraged by the fact that he's at least been able to build a little bit of momentum towards the end. Here's a move for second in the GT3 category. Or actually, this is a battle for first in the GT3 category. I got a little bit crossed up there, and at the moment, the DS Racing MV Skin Lab car just leading the way in that Mercedes. The BMW trying to attack him at the moment. Can't quite find a way through though, and it looks like the DS Racing car has actually held on for a moment.
Franco Zitelli in the 351 for GPVA GM Hungaski Racing Team, currently sitting in 22nd overall. I can't see the exact position in class, but he's having a decent race. The car looks very clean, maybe a touch of front end damage. He can keep continuing turning good laps. 14th overall in class, having a decent race. Hopefully they can make their way up towards the front of the field some.
Hopefully so for that squad. Closest battle on the track at the moment is between the Shut Up and Drive 96 and the Eclipse Racing Team at 214. 9/10 of a second between those two. And you can see here actually the three of them having a battle, as the 351, as you mentioned, Randall, getting involved as well. Two BMWs and it looks like perhaps a Mercedes battling it out. Oh no, it's three BMWs. I apologise. But pretty much a sandwich here. Neither three of them able to really make any inroads on each other. This is going to be a bit of a treacherous moment on two GT4 cars at once. Maybe, no, not quite. Only goes for the one, and then the 478 makes a mistake, and that allows, I believe that's the leader there, able to get through. Absolutely incredible amount of traffic at this stage, though.
One thing I've noticed a big difference between sim racing and real life racing is you don't really see it so much in the sim. Even at this point in the race, an hour and 23 minutes into it, these cars are filthy by now. There is rubber all over the front of them. There's dirt where dirt's been pulled back onto the track or where cars have went off on their own. The cars are absolutely filthy now, and you don't see it in the sim racing pit stops, but in the real world, they'll be cleaning off the windscreens and cleaning off the mirrors and make sure that the driver has a good view.
Absolutely, it's something you don't see really in Formula One as well. But remember that we're probably, if this was a Grand Prix, we're approaching the end of the Grand Prix now in terms of pure time. Of course, these cars are significantly slower, so not in terms of distance travelled. as we're going to see an incident between Ryan Kerr apparently went off track, Randall.
Quite a heavy amount of damage there on Kerr's car. Looks like maybe had some connection issues possibly, and it just goes from bad to worse as he trying to bring it back onto the track in the carousel. Looks like we also have an incident with Magnus Andersen. The slow motion car really not having a great day. Some bad luck for those guys, and that might be the end of the day for that team.
Well,
Ryan Kerr, it looks like he had gotten some tires into the grass under braking and could not get the car rolled up, ended up nosing into the barriers and having to tow for repairs.
Yes, well, I have to say, if I was the slow motion car now, I should be calling it today. You're 6 laps down, and just not the greatest of ideas to continue. Just throw the towel into the ring and come back next time stronger, as you're essentially just, well, I don't want to be harsh, but wasting your own time, Randall. That's how it can feel sometimes. Sometimes it's nicer to just call it a day and go and play some other games, maybe.
I might be having a few strong words for my sponsor about dragging people around into interview booths without giving any warning. But other than that, at least a good opening experience for them to get a feel for what endurance racing might be like, and hopefully can come back in the next round much stronger.
Silverstone, I'd argue, a much more easy track than this one, and probably many opportunities for points there. Gap for the lead, by the way, between Larson and Olsen is about 50 seconds, I think it just said on the screen, before it's popped off before I could read it. 41 seconds, actually, between the two of them. So, pretty comfortable at the moment is that Maradnes Sapphire car. Of course, the Maradnes Green is still in the hands, to my knowledge, of Wayne Castile. He's in third. Here's a pit stop for Boyd Payne in the number 905, 30th overall. That's in the GT3 class. So maybe starting to see those GT3 cars coming into the pits. Second place into the pit stops as well. Oh, not second place, I apologise. It had the second on the front there, but it's not second. Nathan Olsen also taking this opportunity to pit, and it'll be interesting to see where he comes out in relation to the Maradnes Green car behind him, because the wrong stuff has also pit.
We might see some driver changes starting to occur, possibly not in the LMP, but maybe in some of the GT cars. Might see some new names out on track. We see Shane Larson in the number 17 LMP2 going to inherit the lead with Nathan Olsen in the pits, and I expect to see him in within the next 2 laps.
Yes, probably so, for their second stops of the day, if I'm not mistaken, in the
third stop.
That's third stops, okay, fair enough. And maybe a little bit early for third stops, though, which is a slightly confusing thing. As if it's 36 minutes, 35 minutes at tank, we'll say, to round it up, then you'd not be expecting to be in for the next 5 laps or so. But Olsen back out onto the track, maybe not doing as good fuel mileage as we thought after that first stint that was deceptively long. I don't think it was actually that long. Again, I think we've settled on that being a timing issue.
So with the pit strategy for the LMP2, it is probably a 6-stop race, and they're going to have about half of a stint there at the end. So what they could be doing is breaking that up to make 7 even stints. So they might go a little bit shorter on each fuel stop, but getting the same amount of stops in and just running a couple laps shorter each time.
That could work, actually. Come to think of it, there's a bit of a damage for the number 92 just on the front of that car. It's like the damage of just awkward dirt and dust that the sim is showing there. Won't be able to get it cleaned off, which is the frustrating thing for us commentators, unable to see that it is in fact the number 92 as easily. In with the number 36, both 4th and 5th overall, and in class. An hour and 28 minutes into this race now. Justin Barrera goes through, inherits 4th position actually in the technical grape car. He said that was sort of his target, 4th or 5th, and at the moment able to do it, though yet to make a pit stop in this cycle at least. Navigates some GT3 and GT4 traffic.
At this point in the race, the traffic is coming pretty regularly. You're not going to get any clean laps. You can just forget about setting your fastest lap. That's going to already have happened. You're going to be dealing with traffic almost every corner, every straight. So it's just a fact of life at this point. And after riding on board with Justin Barrera, I think he's in a really good position to make up some spots. He seems to be very strong at traffic management.
Yep, and well, how do you think, as we look at the 17, the 33 and the 70, how do you think either of those three cars sort of jump each other?
Well, it's going to take possibly a driver change. If the 70 ends up with a slower driver in it, then the 33 might have a chance to close the gap. Tire strategy, maybe saving some fuel, or it could come down to an incident. But we're at the point now in the race where the gaps are pretty much set. This is what they're going to be. Driver changes are really going to be the only thing to have a huge effect on lap times.
Yes, and we're just waiting for Alex Andersen to join the commentary booth. He'll be on in about 15 minutes' time for his stint alongside you, Randall. I get to go and have the joys of doing history homework that I definitely didn't leave until the night before. Here's the number 33, Wayne Castile. 9 seconds now behind that wrong stuff car, though choosing to pit on this occasion. This has been a mighty stint for Wayne Castile, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's really recovered well from that initial incident early on. Like we mentioned, it's good to have your incidents early. It gives you a lot of time to make up for it. He's done an amazing job making up that time, as we see Nathan Olsen coming through and taking P2 back. Will effectively be your race leader once the 17 car comes in to take his third stop.
Hey, sorry, Randall. I just had to give a quick shout out to Damian Behnke, who may win comment of the race so far. Popping up at the YouTube channel asking if that is Nathan Olsen's yearbook picture. So that was a good one, Nate. Good job. Kudos.
I have also been noticing in the chat, it looks like Dre has been winning the beard debate overall. Let me scroll up to find the comment that I enjoyed in particular. Dre's salt and pepper beard is the winner, according to Longshot Cola. He can easily save a week's worth of food in there.
Well, I don't think Nathan Olsen can be totally excluded from the debate. He's got a little bit of a mustache going on there at the awkward stage in between full mustache and sort of shave it off region. But I definitely think a couple of months' time, Nathan Olsen can be in this debate.
Well, I know in baseball that a pitcher with a mustache is known to have at least 5% more velocity on his pitches. So I would venture to say that a mustache is adding a couple of horsepower to the 70 car.
Yes, maybe he'll be 50 seconds in the lead if he grows out that mustache. But oh dear, as we carry on, trying to take stock of what's going on in this race. The gaps have just sort of extended out a little bit. The pit stops have come in. That is natural. As everyone's pit stops is never exactly the same. Little things like how you approach your pit box could lose you a few tenths of a second or so. The closest battle on track at the moment actually is the number 478, the Doles car with I think it's Michael Darling, another AMS driver in there. It's Paul Darling, XTC. And XTC, I apologise. But, actually, it's the 499 and the 412. I was reading it ever so slightly the wrong way, but that 499 having a battle now with the number 412. This is for a podium in class, if I'm not mistaken. Two Aston Martins have been battling it out and bubbling up for quite a while now, and all of a sudden, they're going to have a little bit of an Aston Martin civil war throughout the rest of this race, or at least the next 10 minutes or so. Let's have a look at the battle then. The 499 just staying behind for the moment, biding his time again. I said this earlier in the race, Randall, but You've got to wait for the move to come to you. Apply the pressure as well as you can. Show your nose at every opportunity and wait for either the traffic, the mistake to come, or something that allows you through. But the last thing that the 499 needs to do now is send a move prematurely.
That's right. And like I also mentioned, you have to deal with faster traffic all the time. So sometimes you have to back off a little bit, let the faster car go, and then try to follow him through possibly on a move. Or, like you said, wait for an opportunity to present itself and just keep applying pressure to make that opportunity happen.
It appears that the 440, I should say, is now an official retirement from this race. They're 8 laps down, and I don't suppose that they have lost 2 laps in the last 10 minutes. So just by pure pace, so I would suggest that is now an official retirement. The 440, I can't see them on track either. So unfortunately, I think the slow motion broadcasting car today is done. But the 2 cars in GT4 still battling somewhat, though that gap, of course, with the traffic has managed to extend itself ever so slightly. Damien Behnke in chat is saying that he's just getting in the car now, and look forward to seeing you.
Which I suspect will mean that Dre will be pitting soon, as we see his challenger, the 499, pull into the pits, Jack Lee, coming into his second stop, I believe. So I expect we'll see Dre in the next couple laps.
Yes, that would make sense at about 1 hour and 35 minute mark. That gives Divac a little bit of an opportunity now to put the hammer down. He hasn't got a lot of traffic ahead of him. He's got perhaps a lap of clean air here. There's some LMP2 cars behind, which might frustrate him slightly. But that is a Porsche that is not particularly in the most healthy of states in the 444 car. Maybe using a quick repair, and I ask this often in broadcast, Randall, but do you think that maybe the quick repair should be used for something like that? You have got 2, mind you. Oh no, that's an LMP2 car into the gravel before we look at that. It's the 44. Yeah, the 44. We'll have a look at what happened. It might be an incident with the... No, he's just locked it up. Straight into the wall, and perhaps not too much damage for him. But I'll extend the question to the other car as well then. Do you repair that damage with the quick repair, or do you just leave it until you get worse damage?
Well, it really depends on lap times. With the hood gone like that, it's certainly going to be affecting lap times, though they probably will have quite a bit more grip in the corners with that huge scoop in the front in the form of a boot. But I would, especially having 2 fast repairs, I would almost certainly repair that car. If I'm close to my pit window already, I would probably drive the stint out and then come repair it on my normal stop. But if it's early on, just come in and take the repair. It's probably going to save you time in the long run. Then again, if they find they're not losing a lot of times on the straight, they might just stay out there until their next stop.
Yep, probably. And I often find that when I've been driving with a little bit of damage, you do just leave it out for a little while and wait to see how it affects you throughout the stint. Oh wow! Look who's making another cameo already with a little bit more damage, actually. This slow motion broadcasting car. Either they haven't managed to get that damage completely repaired with the quick repairs, or they've already been in the wars once more coming out of the pit stops. But, well, fair play to slow motion broadcasting. Braver than me. I'd have called it a day by now, but they're continuing to go.
I think that they probably had already used both of their fast repairs, and they just took some normal repair time, got the car back in a drivable shape, and sent it back out there to get some experience. And they're getting... Yeah, they're not really racing for position much anymore. Now they're just trying to basically treat this as a test session where they try to not collect anybody else and not get in any trouble out there on track, click off some laps, get some experience, and get a feel for endurance racing.
It's the cliche spirit of endurance racing to continue on like that. Look at that BMW flashing very aggressively as David Stevenson tries to get around the number 41, just going to number 440, I should say, sorry, able to get through. The BMW trying to find his way through the both of them as well. Does so in the end without many major issues. More flashes coming forward. This is a battle in position in the GT3 class, and that's actually helping that leading BMW in that little train, helping him a lot. It's a 3-2-4, trying to stave off the 395 behind him, as he was able to get those two GT4 cars in between the two of them there. That gave him a little bit of time in the bank, and now he's just got to make sure he doesn't make a mistake.
There's a such thing, I like to call it leader luck, and it's not necessarily a class lead or overall lead, but whenever you're in a group of cars fighting for position and you're coming up on traffic, especially in multi-class races, typically the first car that gets to that traffic will have the best run through it. So oftentimes when I'm in a race, I'll fight for a position in a small group like that to be at the front, because a lot of times you just have an easier time navigating that traffic being the first car. Absolutely.
Here is the 377. I believe having a battle with that car just ahead there, the number 214. A little bit of LMP2 traffic though, getting in the way of this battle, and unfortunately for Hector Fiore, it's actually going to help the car ahead, as that LMP2 is going to be well out of the way before any major time can be lost. So just going to have to press on here and try and chip away at the lap time. At the moment, a pretty solid race from that squad in the 377, and actually a solid race from most of the drivers here in this race.
And being able to just continue to do laps and keep the car relatively clean is an achievement, especially with three classes of cars out here. The difference in speed can really cause some calamity, but in order to keep it clean through the first hour and a half, 2 hours, now that things are stretched out, you really get to kind of find your sea legs, as it were, and manage some of the easier traffic. Just try to be consistent. Try to close those gaps to the car ahead, or maybe open up the gap to the car behind.
Giancarlo Elite also putting in his bid for beard of the season, leading the way in the GT3 category. I'd say a strong entering from him in both the race and the beard of the season award. Of course, Nathan Olsen leading the way overall, as Shane Larson trying to chase him down. Do you think that there is any way that the 17 can catch back up to the 70? I know we always say that anything can happen in endurance racing, but when you've got such a big buffer and you've got such a good driver as Nathan Olsen, surely they've got to think with the 46-second gap that this is already half won.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to give up hope that the race is over already. So what you need to do is just continue to set good, solid, consistent laps. Traffic management changes a whole lot, as I've mentioned already, now that the field's stretched out. Early in the race, you're trying to get around cars as quickly as possible so you can get on with your race. And now what it comes down to is losing the least amount of time possible. So being smart about your passes. That's one of the biggest ways you can close a gap, is by being better in traffic and losing less time. So that may be choosing where you're more aggressive, being a bit more passive. If you know that you're going to catch a car coming up to a corner, lifting and coasting to save fuel and then get the pass done after. All those little things will add up, and ultimately, if you can lose less time, you can close that gap slowly but surely.
Taking us up right to the hour mark, Randall, in British summer time, or wherever you may be in the world. 4 o'clock is 15 seconds away now, I'm hearing, and that means that I'm going to make way for Alex Andersen. Just a quick update on the leaders of the race. Obviously, Maradness leading in LMP2, DS Racing in GT3, and MIA Team Merg regaining the lead in the GT4 category. But at that, I've been Tom Dillon for the first couple of hours of this race. Randall's going to stay on, and we'll welcome the very capable Alex Andersen into the booth.
It was fun watching this race with you and talking, and congratulations on your surprise win in Le Mans.
I know, thank you very much. And likewise, Randall, always a pleasure, and speak to you all very soon.
As we bring Alex into the booth, we'll go through a quick recap of what happened early in the race. Nathan Olson in the Muradness Sapphire has jumped out to a commanding lead. It started right away. He immediately got away from the pack, opened up the gap to be about 10 seconds after 4 or 5 laps as they started making their way through traffic. We've had a few incidents, and unfortunately, the slow motion broadcasting car has not had the best day and is out there on track again with quite a bit of damage, just trying to make their way home. Alex, good to see you. Welcome to the race. Been an exciting one so far. We got about halfway more to go. We should be reaching pit stops for the LMP2s in about 10 laps or so. So what have you thought so far?
Well, from what I have seen in this race, I'm just going to assume that everything's working on my end and y'all can hear me. Is that correct? Okay, so we're good. I was watching a bit of this race when it was just you guys, about an hour in, and honestly, it looked like a pretty close affair. But there's a bit of a wreck out here. Paul Dalling, it looks like.
Looks like he's coming through turn 1 and misses the apex a little bit. Gets a little bit wide, and oh no, gets those outside wheels into the dirt, and it just sends it around. A hard look into the tire barriers, loses the hood of the car. Looks like they'll be using a fast repair to get that car for the Dolls back in race shape.
Really unfortunate. From what I could see, they were having a pretty decent race. I thought top 5 in class. It's pretty good. Unfortunate for them. You're gonna have to wheel that car back to the pits and probably use that fast repair like you mentioned. But it's looked like a pretty decent race so far. I mean, there's been a lot of action. Everybody's been up with each other. There's always usually been some battles out on track in one way or another. So I think it's been a pretty good race so far, and hopefully the next 2 hours and 15 minutes.
It's like we're having some issues with Alex's microphone, but yes, it's been a pretty clean race so far. Not a whole lot of car-on-car incidents, mostly people losing it on their own. And hopefully I know that this league does post-race stewarding, so hopefully the stewards aren't too busy after this one. So far, been pretty clean as we're on board now with Damian Behnke, who's freshly in the car, chasing the 412 from the Wrong Stuff Racing League, one of the Wrong Stuff teams. And Brian Long currently in that car. He's about 8 tenths behind. They've been running nose astern like this pretty much for the past hour or so. Neither one has really went for a big move or has been able to pull away. So maybe just working together, trying to hold position, save some fuel, maintain their tires. And looks like we're still having some issues with Alex getting into the session. Oh, we can hear you now. Welcome back,
Okay,
Alex.
so I apologize for that. I just loaded into the session, so it's a little bit laggy on my end, but we're gonna go through and we're gonna continue chugging through this race. So I believe around an hour and 46 minutes in. Randall, you said LMP2 pit stops. They were gonna come up. What about the GT3s and GT4s? What's up with their stints?
So their stints are running. They pit pretty recently, so they are going to get about another 40 minutes out of their fuel tanks. Everybody's running at 80% fuel, so it's going to be a 4-stop race for all the GT cars and possibly a 6-stop race for the LMP2s. We've already seen 3 stops from the LMP2s, particularly this Nathan Olson. He's been one of the first of the LMP2s to pit. I think they've taken the race, divided it by 7, and just tried to make even stints out of all of it. You see Wayne Castile here in P3 and the other Muradness LMP2. He's been the second of the top 3 to pit. So typically it'll be Nathan Olson's car and the Sapphire Muradness car will be the first to pit. A lap later will be the other Muradness car, and then following that will be the Wrong Stuff pink car. We're on board now with Hector Fiore in the 377. Oh, go ahead, Alex.
It's a little bit laggy on my end. I'm not sure if I can see him right now, but from what I've seen, their team has been pretty decent so far. So I'm going to probably be looking towards them to end up on top in their class. I apologize if I'm not a little bit into the swing of things right now. I'm still freshly loaded into the session and a little bit laggy on my end still.
The 70 car is definitely the class of the field in the LMP2. It's their race to lose at this point. We've yet to see a driver swap, so it'll be interesting to see what Dan is able to do in the car. Old Man Dan, as he called himself whenever we had him in the booth, said that he's not nearly as fast as Nathan, but he's got quite a lead going to be given to him to see if he can bring it home.
Yeah, definitely. And also, even with a new driver going into the car, I've done a fair share of endurance racing. And for somebody that has never stepped into the car in a certain race, they can come out on track and just set some absolutely blistering lap times when they first get into the car. So a fresh driver, kind of like a new fresh pair of tires, it can really just change the entire race for a team.
That's right. We haven't seen any driver changes in the 17 or the 33 either. So once those gyro changes start happening, it could really dramatically change the landscape of this race.
Yeah, so we'll have to look out for that, and that's going to come up on the pit stop. So you said that
we're still having
the
some
drivers
issues.
that are... Hello? Okay, so I apologize. You said that the 70 team, they're going to end up changing drivers soon, but what does that do for the drivers behind them? What do the cars in the LMP2 class, what do they have to do if the driver of the 70 swaps to another driver?
Well, if they are not switching drivers, then you have to reassess where you're faster than the newer driver that's ahead of you, and just continue what you've been doing. Continue to manage traffic and try to lose as little time as possible on each pass, and try to lose less time than the cars ahead of you. But we'll probably see driver changes across the board on all three of these cars. So it'll be almost a whole new race, but a little bit handicapped in Moradna Sapphire's favor.
Yeah, we'll have to look out for that as they try and better themselves towards the end of this race. And I want to take a look at the GT4 class because there's been some pretty interesting battles here. But what do you think is going to end up going through? Because they still have several more pit stops to go in the GT4. So what do you think is going to end up happening with all these guys, even if they are pretty spread out at the moment?
Well, I think this race is pretty much, I don't want to say it's wrapped up yet. I don't want to put that evil onto anybody. But right now, the 401 seems to really be taking charge of the LMP field. He's got about a 12-second gap to P2 right now, back to Jacob Money in the 493. What it's really going to come down to is incidents. Keeping the car clean is really going to be what happened. It's going to really be key to winning this race or catching the car ahead. They're constantly under pressure from the faster class cars. So if you do catch them, then it's going to be harder to make a move eventually. But really, it's going to come down to keeping that car clean, managing your tires and fuel.
Yeah, so Randall, we've got, obviously we've been in this now for about 2 hours. And so what starts going through the head of some of these leaders like MIA Team Merck here with Dan Babick behind the wheel? Been doing a really good job so far. Does complacency start to play a factor if you're not careful, starting to get ahead and, really start to make some careless mistakes, let's say?
It absolutely plays a factor. If you don't have a teammate, you need to be checking yourself constantly to make sure you're not growing complacent. If you do have a teammate, you want to be in the driver's ear to make sure that they know when they're going to be hitting traffic, make sure they're constantly keyed into the game. Maybe discussing what your fuel strategy is going to be for the rest of the race. If you have a comfortable lead like the 70 car or the 401 or even the 288, you're considering how much fuel can I save? How can I shorten up this final stop or all my stops if I'm going to split them up evenly? Looking at tire wear, thinking about how you're going to manage your tires. And it really comes down to managing all those parts of the car and managing the traffic.
Yeah, absolutely does. Obviously, the way that this 80% fuel is set up for these cars is going to get pretty interesting here at the end to see, how these drivers can save fuel. Obviously, these drivers out in the front, especially that Moradna Sapphire car there, that number 70, who was 50 seconds out in front, probably has really no issues with saving fuel. But, if you're in a battle, like down here in this GT4 class, you've got 499 Racing and the Wrong Stuff that have been battling the whole time. Do you think any fuel saving has gone on there, and how will that affect them towards the end of the race? Because you got to think some of these drivers maybe behind them even have a little better chance maybe to save some fuel, not really battling as much as we do have a pass here. Muradinous Purple going around our unfortunate looking slow motion broadcasting car there. But yeah, the fuel saving for some of these drivers behind, like these battling cars, I don't think 499 and the wrong stuff really have had a chance to do something like that.
So you can save fuel in a number of different ways. Whenever you know you're going to be overtaken by a faster class car, you can lift a little early to help facilitate that pass. That will save you some fuel. If you notice, like we have now, the gap between Brian Long and Damian Behnke is only about 7/10. There's not a lot of opportunity to fuel save. But if you notice that the car behind you is lifting early and fuel saving, then you can do the same thing and not worry about coming under attack. You just need to make sure you keep an eye on that car behind you. Make sure you're not falling into a trap where they catch you sleeping and you're trying to fuel save, and then suddenly you have a car on the inside coming into a corner. But you still have the opportunity in the front to save some fuel. The bigger that gap grows, the more you can think about, okay, well, I can give a tenth here or there to save some fuel coming into a big braking zone and not lose a lot of time. So the opportunity is still there. With, like you mentioned, the 80% fuel cap, you can't. It does change the strategy quite a bit. And the GT cars in particular, this would have been easily a 3-stop race with a little bit of fuel saving in each stint. But now that it's a 4-stop race, what you're really trying to do is limit the amount of fuel you have to put in for each stint, or limit the fuel that you have to put in for that last stint and run it as light as possible.
Sure,
you can still manage that.
Apologies there, Randall. Looks like we actually just had a move there by the number 283. Rachel Concoli, I hope I got that right, for Prismatic Motorsports Athena, caught and passed in a very quick manner Carson Keene there in the number 233 car. So, yeah, Rachel looks like she has some serious pace. As you can see, Carson getting a little bit weird there in the background. But Rachel, finally, not really finally, but looks like she may be finding some pace. And do you think 33 seconds is too much to make up within 2 hours?
It is absolutely not too much to make up in 2 hours' time, especially with traffic and possibly an incident to help you along the way. If the driver has this much pace, 33 seconds is doable in 2 hours. You just got to make sure that you can do this kind of pace consistently. It looks like Rachel's really got some pace, so we could have a battle on our hands for the lead of the GT3 class.
Yeah, we absolutely could. But while we got a little bit of a second here, we got Joshua Benjamin here in the Rabbit Chase Racing car that just absolutely found the wall going into one of the more difficult corners on this track.
And if this were a real-life race, we'd be seeing a safety car and medical crew deployed for sure on that incident. Looks like Joshua got some tires into the dirt, under braking, and you see what happens. You lose the grip coming through the kink just before Canada corner, gets into the braking zone. Those left-hand wheels are all the way over in the grass, hits the brakes, and drives hard into the inside wall, and across over into the gravel trap, bouncing off the barriers again. That's a lot of damage, and they're definitely going to have to use one of those fast repairs to get that car back out on track.
Looks like he's already got that. Oh, I apologize. That is Rachel Concoli there. We do have a bit of a chat here from Aptitude Cassette. Said they only aren't leading due to 2 incidents that happened to them, so they do have some confidence, actually, that they're going to be able to get back up there and maybe race for this win. That's going to be awesome to see there in that GT3 battle. But a bit of time to make up. And we were just talking there before that incident about maybe some complacency. May not have been so much complacency as, just a mistake, because I did a little bit of practice here a couple days ago. And let me tell you, getting those tires off into that grass are very easy around here.
That's right. The key to Canada corner is you need to use every inch of track available. So you want to get your left-hand tires all the way over to that white line on the left-hand side of the track as you're coming up to the braking point. And it's very easy to judge it wrong and get over into the grass, and it'll be heartbreak every time when that happens.
Yeah, it absolutely will. And a little bit of background here on this 499 of Damian Behnke with the 412 racing of Brian Long right in front of him. Oh my goodness, there is an off track of a BMW up there. Looks like everyone gets around, no harm yet, no foul. But yeah, so we've got these two drivers racing, and these two are actually, we've got Brian Long here in this 412 car, technically right now in third place, but really getting some pressure put on him by the 499 racing car. But Brian is actually the owner of the IndyCar League, WSRL IndyCar League, coming to Slow Motion Broadcasting here in a couple weeks. So pretty cool to see him out there, and looks like he's not only fast in the Indy cars, doing a pretty good job right now for these guys.
What's really amazing about this battle is we saw that it was Dre in the 412 and another driver in the 499, and whose name is now escaping me, running just like they are now, battling, and they've changed drivers and they picked right up where their teammates have left off. Not much has changed. The gap has opened up a little bit with traffic here, but I suspect it'll close right back once some of the stuff gets around. As we see a 3-wide pass, all 3 classes on the straightaway at the same time, that can be a scary moment. Luckily, everybody's doing a good job communicating what their moves are going to be, and it has managed to do it cleanly.
Man, I'm telling you what, if you're looking to get some pictures here, some of these passes that we've seen, all 3 classes going side by side and stuff, this is definitely the way to do it. It's amazing that we're 2 hours into this race and these drivers are still doing as well as they are to keep it as clean as possible. I mean, look at that. I mean, both that 499 and that 412 car look like they're basically untouched after 2 hours. So it's great to see how closely all these guys are racing and how well they're doing.
Yeah, these both drivers and both cars have seemed to be pretty locked in. Whenever you're doing an endurance race like this, you can have drivers that are definitely in the zone. And when you're in the zone, traffic management, it just seems to be so much easier. The cars just flow. You can kind of see moves as they're happening when you're really locked in, dialed in, and in tune with the car and the race. That kind of mentality makes traffic management a lot easier, but it's also very easy to have a very small incident knock you out of the zone, and then everything seems to be chaos, and it's very hard to manage everything. So having teammates will definitely help. You can talk to each other, calm each other down, keep each other locked in.
Oof.
That's a real big key to endurance racing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And speaking of endurance racing and just going on here to Maradness, looks like there was we got 2 Maradness teammates battling at the moment, just passing one of their GT3 counterparts there, or maybe that was the number 413 in Maradness Orange, as Wayne actually does bring it into the pits. But another question this just brought up to me, do you think that with drivers that have more than one team here on the track, do you think this is more of a strategic call for these guys to try to bring them in and separate them a little bit, get a little bit of separation on the track and see what they can do so they're not battling and slowing each other down?
In real life, definitely that would be the case. In the sim, not so much. I don't think there's probably a lot of cross-team communications. They may be in a Discord channel together, but everybody's running their own race. It's kind of every team for themselves. They'll try not to impede each other possibly, but I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of team coordination across cars like that. As we see now, Nathan Olsen's still in the car. I believe he's had his third stop.
He has. It looks like he has just come in, and he's there in second place. Looks like Shane Larson stopped on lap 50, so he's got a couple more laps to go before he decides to make that right turn into the pit lane. But, you know, I haven't really covered and don't really know the time here between these drivers, but Shane's been doing a great job of keeping this car clean, but you can see this gap closing here on your interval there on the top left for this LMP2 class. I think Nathan is definitely the guy to beat here in this car. Waiting for his teammate to hop in. That's going to be interesting to see how well he can do, but Nathan is doing a great job getting them out in front and letting the closer come take it over.
I suspect the way that the gap's shrinking now, that on this pit stop, Nathan finally took new tires, and I think we'll see the other Maradness team probably taking tires as well, and Shane Larson's team, Wrong Stuff Pink, whenever they finally make their stop, I suspect we'll see tires there as well. So that gap should even back out, and hopefully we can get a race underway here and close that gap to the lead a little bit.
Speaking of races underway, I just want to go into the cockpit real quick so you guys can see what Shane Larson is seeing. Look at the amount of speed that these LMP cars have as they're trying to get around all of this traffic. We get the relative up here. So you've got Bradley Alvis in front of him right now that he's trying to get around, as well as Alberto Fiore. I mean, the stream of cars just seem to never stop coming.
It's a constant thing. You're constantly dealing with traffic. Right now, he's only dealing with GT3s. They're a little bit easier to deal with because they carry a little bit more speed in the corners. The apex speed between the LMP2 and the GT3, especially in the slower corners, is not really that different. It's the drive off and the straight line speed that's a huge difference. So when they come up to the entry of a corner, the LMP could be carrying a lot more speed. But when they actually get into the corner, the speed will be pretty similar.
Yeah,
the hardest part about being in the LMP is predicting what the other cars are going to do. As we saw Shane Larson just struggle with right there. It's very hard sometimes to decide where that car ahead of you is going to be, and you're trying to look as far forward as possible to determine as early as you can where you're going to pass that car.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see him now, man, that straight line speed. That green car is fading very quickly in the distance, but yeah, this is just amazing stuff right now. We do have a bit of a battle here. Bradley Alvis there on Alberto Fiore. Looks like this GT3 pack is starting to close up just a little bit.
Yeah, and they're going to have the 70 to deal with as well, so you got to make sure you maybe back out a little bit early to facilitate that move so you lose a little less time, and hopefully the car ahead of you struggles with that a bit more and you can close that gap up.
You know what we missed talking about this battle? That 499 car finally got his way around that wrong stuff pink and black car, the 412 of Brian Long, but Brian doesn't seem to be really letting him go, so finally Damon oh no! See, commentator's curse, man, I'm telling you.
Every time. I kind of seen that coming. The GT3 Mercedes was showing his nose, but he wasn't quite alongside of the turning point, it looked like, and the 499 just went ahead to take the normal line. It was definitely the 499's corner from the looks of that replay. But unfortunate. Sometimes discretion might be the better part of valor, and yes, it may be your corner, but it might be wiser to back out. That'll be an interesting one to see the stewards review.
Yeah, absolutely.
After the race.
It will be, but hey, man, that's...
Do we have a replay of the past? That would be nice to see.
Yeah, we can absolutely go back there and find that, but at the moment, Brian now smooth sailing, got 8 seconds to him and that 499 racing car of Damien, but again, we're only 2 hours into this thing, so anything could happen, and just like you said there, 2 more hours is a long time. These guys have been battling for 2 hours, and one wrong move, not going to say on who, because that is not my position, but wrong place, wrong time, and here you are.
Yeah, it's easy for me to maybe assign a little bit of blame, but it's difficult to be 100% sure from the angle of the replay. But I guess if there's a protest, the steward will ultimately decide who is to blame for that, and if there's a penalty doled out, penalty or not. That's kind of tough for the 499 car. Another car getting a penalty isn't going to bring back that gap. Luckily, it didn't appear to be much damage to the car. It's definitely a chance to get back out there, try to close that gap back up, and bring the race back to the 412. It looks like the move was down the straightaway coming into turn 5. It looks like the 412 probably lifted just to let it happen so they weren't side by side in the corner. Very smart racing by both drivers, and got the move done and didn't lose much time.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, guys, here about the stream. Got a little bit of some blinking going on. Still a bunch of cars out there on track having some iRacing having some issues trying to keep up. But yeah, the move was easy enough to see, I guess.
That's right. And I'm seeing something now. It looks like we have a driver change in the number 33. Josh is now in the car of the now in the car for Moradnis Green. So we'll see if that has any effect on the gap up to the 70 car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see what these guys can do here in that number 33 car. But yeah, this is wow. Speaking of, looks like there are some battles going on here in a LMP2. Looks like that Tentacle Great Machine just getting a lap, but He was shooting for 5th place there, back there, Mr. Justin Barrera, still in the car after about 2 hours and 8 minutes, doing a great job. As it looks like Justin may be actually trying to go for a move, and I don't know if, that was a bit of a dangerous move for a lap car.
Yeah, sometimes lap car doesn't really matter what lap you're on. If you're faster than the car ahead of you, sometimes you just need to make that move and get on with it. I suspect that Justin has not made his next stop yet and is running on much lighter fuel than the 33 car. So maybe trying to get around to click off a few more fast laps before he makes a stop, or possibly could just be on warm tires and the 33 is dealing with cold tires. Sometimes you just have to ignore what lap you're on. If you're faster than the car ahead, make the move. If you can get it done. Get it done. Move on with your race. Sometimes you just got to ignore that blue flag if you get around a faster car. Yeah. It does look like we have another driver change in the 17. Jamie Southwell now in the car. So the top 3, we've seen 2 driver changes. Nathan Olson's still in the 70. Be interesting to see what happens when Dan gets in the car.
Yeah, it absolutely will. And we got a car in the pit here. The slow motion broadcasting car back there in the pit. We'll see if they come back out real quick, like before we decide to pull any of them in for an interview again. We have found out the hard way that that's probably not the best idea to do. But Dan Babick there in the MIA Team Merc still murking the GT4 class there, about 11 seconds, 12 seconds almost there in first place, with DS Racing Skin Lab there in the lead for their GT3 class. Goncalo Light, I believe is how you say that, doing a great job. And of course, we've got Nathan Olson still here in the Maradness Sapphire car, just plugging away.
I gotta ask if Alex is going to be getting back in the booth anytime soon. If you're going to keep those jokes up, I don't know if I can take another 2 hours of this.
Yeah, I'm pretty punny sometimes.
We see some GT4s and GT3s both coming into the pits. They're in their pit window now for their second stop, or possibly their third stop.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at that. I do believe this is their third stop, however. But, yeah, number 288 really doesn't have much going on behind him. You can see if this gap is right. It is correct. Rachel Concoli about to come up and make that move, but we're going to have to see how long she can stay out on track. Doing a great job so far, keeping that gap about the same, and really doing a wonderful job in that BMW. We're still going to keep an eye on this battle, guys. Keep a very close eye as the laps start to tick down just a little bit. See exactly what Rachel can do in this Prismatic Motorsports Athena race car, because I don't think this one's over yet.
If the 288's taking tires now, these laps are extremely important to Rachel. Need to set off click times. It looks like we do see the 288 cars is in the air on the jacks, so they'll be taking new tires. So Rachel needs to set some very fast laps here while she has the warm tires, and the 288 deals with the cold tires.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got a little bit of some insight here from our slow motion broadcasting GT4 drivers. Brandon, a bit disappointed with himself, said he made too many mistakes in traffic. And we had been talking about that, Randall, really on the lead up to the race as well, how much traffic was going to play a factor, especially in these GT4 cars. And like I said, it's just relentless. I'm sure I can go to a GT4 car right now and find somewhere that they're just getting absolutely not run over, hopefully, by those LMPs.
The LMPs or the GT3s is constantly dealing with traffic being faster than you while trying to run your race and lose as little time as possible. And for the slow motion broadcast car, both those guys, this is their first taste of endurance. That's probably the biggest thing that you have to deal with whenever you make the change from sprint racing to endurance racing. In sprint racing, sure, you'll have to deal with some traffic as the faster classes lap you, but never nearly a constant stream of traffic like it is in an endurance race. That's probably the biggest difference between a sprint and an endurance. Yes, the race is longer, but it's just the traffic. It's like being on the interstate going through Atlanta. It's just constantly. You're constantly checking your mirrors. You're constantly looking over your shoulder. You never know if you're clear. It can be very stressful, and it's very easy to make a mistake.
So, I mentioned how Dan was, I'm going to say it again, murking that GT4 class. But you can see now, just over these past couple laps, how much time Jacob has pulled back on Dan. Now only down to 9 seconds. The last time we looked, it was about 13.
That's right. An incident can fire up a driver like that, too. He can now, some drivers, when they get angry, can really harness that energy and find pace in the car. And other drivers, when they get angry, the wheels just absolutely come off. So it seems like Dan in that excuse me, in the 410 car or the 412 car, 499. I'm seeing so many numbers I can't remember which ones they are now.
We got the team 499. We've got the 499 on track for 401, 444, 440. They're all over the place. But speaking of the 440, speaking of the 440, we got Brandon Gass in here. He wants to. We'll go ahead and give him a little bit of an interview, Randall, and I'll let you take it over because it sounds like they're in the pits for a second.
Hey, Brandon, it sounds like you've had some bad luck out there, some unfortunate issues with traffic. Tell us a little bit about your experience and what you're learning in your first endurance race.
Just traffic. The traffic is the hardest part to get used to. When you're in the slower car, it just feels like everything is moving so much faster. Like, it just feels like everything is moving so fast, just everything's blowing by you. And it's really hard to settle in and get into a rhythm. That was mainly the hardest part. Once this stint I just had, I was pretty settled in. I was comfortable. But I just, starting the race, it was just, it was hard. That first hour was hard.
So we're 2 hours and 15 minutes into the race. How long has it felt?
So honestly, when you're driving, it was pretty fun. Like, I was having a blast. So it went by pretty fast. But just sitting here, once you have damage in the pits, it goes by pretty slow.
So are you looking forward to some of the future races, maybe to have a little bit better of a result?
Yes. Silverstone being the next race, that's one of my favorite tracks. They were running official races there this week, and in the Ferrari GT3, and I was practicing a little bit. Got a couple wins in that, so I'm looking forward to Silverstone, and I really want to prove myself and just not make as many mistakes.
Brandon, give me some differences here between the GT3 that you were running this week, you said at Silverstone, compared to the GT4 car, as I know there are quite a few.
So honestly, the GT3 car drives easier to me. The GT3 car is easier to drive than a GT4. Like, you can carry so much more speed. The braking's better. Just everything about that car is better than a GT4. So just braking for the GT4 and slow speed turns, especially heavy braking zones, the GT4 car to me is a monster to drive, handful to drive.
Go ahead, Randall.
So do you think you'll want to stick with the Aston Martin going forward in some of these other races? Do you like it as a car, or maybe do you think you'll switch makes?
Oh, yeah, I love the car. I love a challenge, and I love the car. We're going to stick with the Aston Martin for sure.
Great. So I can tell you from experience, the first race is the hardest. It gets easier after this. You know what to expect going into it. So hopefully we can get you back into the interview booth in Silverstone, and you'll have much nicer things to say about your own performance.
Yes, sir. That's the goal. Thank you.
Well, thanks for jumping in, and we'll send you back over to your teammate, and have a good rest of the race.
Thank you.
Well, definitely a learning experience for the slow motion broadcasting team. So not a complete loss.
No, absolutely not. And that is really what these guys were out to do. And they're sitting in the pits right now, letting their car get repaired, and they're going to go back out there. So I commend them big time for their dedication to try to get better. And, now that they've got some experience, I'm not going to say not to expect them all the way back there, but I think I expect them to do a little bit of battle. And I've been driving around with Brandon quite a bit this week, and both of those guys, Brandon and Magnus, have improved greatly since we started. So really cool to see him out there still struggling, not struggling, but striving to get better.
So while we're doing interviews, I have the first driver from the 33 car, Wayne Castile, joins us in the booth. Wayne, tell us a little bit about your race so far.
It's been very eventful, as you guys probably saw from lap one, and I've carried over my lovely spinning technique from the other Mustang league that I'm also a part of. So other than that, had a really nice recovery drive through the field and a couple small mistakes here and there, but we're pretty confident in how everything's going so far.
We're going to interrupt you here. We have one of your sister cars in the GT4. As your teammate was passing him in turn 3, looks like he gets out into the marbles and loses it a little bit. Doesn't manage to pick up any damage or take any other cars with him. He gets it going back in the right direction. So, yes, like you said, you spun very early. You were able to rally that and make up a lot of that time very quickly. So tell us what it was like to work your way back up into P3.
It was a little challenging because we do have a pretty wide range of drivers in this field, which makes it definitely interesting. But it made the race interesting for me. So I was pretty happy that we were able to get through the field pretty cleanly before we started hitting the GT3s and GT4 traffic. And now we're just comfortably just kind of cruising. Our strategy is pretty decent, I think. So far, so good.
I wouldn't say
I would say.
Go ahead, Randall.
I would say your strategy's spot on because you guys have closed up to Jamie Southwell now in that 17 car. Joshua is about to start engaging in fisticuffs. It looks like maybe trying to take over that P2 spot on the podium. Tell me about your confidence level in your teammate.
Josh is a pretty quick driver. I have all faith in him that he can make it work. I mean, it's going to be really hard to catch our sister team in P1. Nate Olson is just an absolute animal. And the way that their strategy is a little bit different than ours, so it's going to be real tough to catch them. But I think we have the pace to finish P2, no doubt.
So we were speculating a little bit about possibly some teamwork going on. Have you been in communications with the 70 team about strategy and what you guys are going to be doing and trying to work together at all?
Absolutely. We've been in Discord the entire time. So we've been kind of running ideas on strategy back and forth with the other guys to see what works for them. And so far it's working.
So what are your chances of closing this gap up to that 70? Do you think you have a shot once Dan gets in the car possibly?
I think that's our only shot, but Dan is not he's not slow by any means. So, but he is, he is a little bit slower than what Nate would be. I would probably think Josh is a little bit faster than Dan. So it's going to be very interesting once Dan gets in the car if we can close that gap up. But that's a lot of gap to make up.
Do I sense a bit of an inter-team rivalry about to happen here?
Oh, we've been jabbing each other back and forth ever since this endurance season got announced. So it's all in good fun.
Heck yeah.
Well, thanks for dropping in, and maybe we'll talk to you later and possibly see you guys win this race if you can close down the gap to the 70 car.
Absolutely. That's the goal. Thank you, guys.
And that was Wayne Castile from the 33 car. Now in P2, as we saw the move take place on track as the 17 car moves back to third place. That was quite a race, and we had his teammate in the booth at the same time.
That's some pretty cool stuff to see. It actually appears as if we've got Justin Barrera here in the Tentacle Grape Machine, sitting back here in the interview waiting booth, so we'll go ahead and bring him in for a quick chat and see how the middle stints of his races have been going. Justin, how's it going, man?
It's a mess.
So I was gonna ask you. You were saying top 5 is where you want to go, or where you want to be at the end of this. You still think that's possible? You got plenty of time.
I don't really think it's possible now. Yeah, I think it was possible earlier, but what happened? The first thing that happened was I went around one lap too many and didn't realize it. So I had to pull over and get a tow for fuel.
Well, we of course didn't catch that. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. I see you're dealing with some traffic, but
oh no, you're fine.
Didn't see that, but we saw you were battling there with one of the wrong stuff cars, and maybe made a bit of a mistake, and you weren't even in the booth when you did that. So I think you may do a little bit better while you're talking to us.
Yeah, there's that. I have issues with that. It was third place, and I'm gonna probably throw a thing up the ladder. But yeah, we had that, and then we had some other issue I can't remember. I think I took out accidentally took out a GT4. I'm not sure if that was before or after the first time I talked to you guys.
Well,
I
Justin,
didn't mean to take him out. But he started moving to the left, and I started putting it up the inside, and he just stopped moving. And
well,
unfortunately,
we do kind of talk about that. We've been talking about that up here at the booth. There's the speed differences between the GT3s and the GT4s, but you're still up there. Last car running at the moment, but hey, man, that's okay. I think you still got a little bit of time to catch these guys. You're only about 20 seconds behind that second wrong stuff team, the black car. So I think you guys are going to be, or I think you're going to be okay. Quick question for you here. Now that you've done this now for about 2 hours and 25 minutes, what are your chances of maybe trying to find a teammate there for this second race coming up?
I don't really plan to. I may look out. I think the biggest one would be like the 6 hour, possibly for that. But I did when we're at Spa, we did 24 hours of Spa in a BMW, and I had to do a 5-stint straight session at Spa, so I'm not really worried about the time wise. That's not an issue. And I don't think my senses are really dulling down. I just keep making sure that I do decent overtakes and I don't put as many people at risk as possible.
Yeah, we kind of talked about that a little bit as well. How much complacency starts to take effect. I mean, you're out here, you're not really running by yourself. It's probably good to actually be in this LMP car because you've already got people you're coming up onto. But if you haven't really started to feel yourself get a little bit.
I say 4 to 5 hours. Yeah, you start really feeling it. And thankfully, I don't deal with VR. I know people that do VR, and they're about 2 or 3 hours, and they're really not with it anymore. I have a triple, so I have a good amount of real estate I can see. But even then, you do start giving up after a while, and lap times start falling off, and judgment calls start going away. I don't know why, but somehow I messed up the fuel pit and went an extra lap and was going up, came out T5, and then I realized it just puttered out. It happens from time to time. I wish it didn't. I was up there, so.
All right, Justin. Well, best of luck with the rest of your race, and maybe we'll check in with you later.
Yeah, I'll come back probably near the end of the hour.
Okay, Justin. Good luck with you, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yep.
That was Justin Barrera running P9 in the LMP2, the number 98 Tentacle Grape machine.
Yeah, so Randall, we're having a bit of issue here, as you can see with the overlay. It's just a bunch of different cars and classes on track. The overlay's struggling to keep up a little bit, but I do want to mention right now we are riding on board or watching the number 17.
Oh, this is tricky.
Yeah, this is actually going to be real tricky here with the Maradness green car, and through the kink goes Mr. Southwell, able to get through there. But anyways, looks like he's actually got another one coming up, and this is actually going to get real tricky going into, what corner was that you called it?
Canada corner?
Canada corner, that's the one, but they both, whoa, as I say that, woo, okay, I think we're through. I think everybody's through. Everybody's good to go. But wanted to mention here, look at the number 17 car. There towards the back, you'll see the number 70 and Nathan Olson only 2 corners behind him already. He is just absolutely flying right now.
That's right. They're actually coming up on another pit window soon. So, perfectly timed. Here comes Nathan Olson into the pits. Maybe we'll see Dan get into the car now and see what happens with this gap. And yeah, I mean, in years of old, it was not uncommon to see the race winner in an endurance race win by laps and not by seconds. In modern endurance racing, it's become more like endurance sprint racing, where the lead pack is together the whole time. So a gap like this isn't as common in real world racing nowadays, but in the sim, with the wider range of skills, it still happens quite often. It would be quite a victory for Miranda Sapphire if they win the race by over a lap.
That would be pretty impressive. especially in one of the shorter endurance races that you could have there with a 4-hour. Definitely not the shortest, but one of the shorter ones. But, you know, we got old man Dan hopping into the car, and actually looks like he is in the car right now. So we'll see when he comes out of the pits. Keep an eye, guys, on that number 17 and number 33 machine of the Wrong Stuff and Muradness green. But, you know, obviously these guys are going to have to pit as well pretty soon. And they still haven't, even though Joshua Lane has found a way around the Wrong Stuff Inc. car. But, really, Joshua hasn't been able to extend that gap on Jamie at all.
Well, Jamie's done a really good job of keeping on the tail of that 33 and managing the traffic. We saw the pass in the kink normally is kind of a clincher, but in that particular occasion, it looked like he was well alongside the GT car before they got to the kink. So both parties were privy to the situation and were able to get through that cleanly. We also saw a clean move through Canada and then a bit of a struggle through 13 and 13A, but managed to keep it clean and stay on the tail of the 33. Now, I believe we'll see the 33 pit a lap before the 17 car if these drivers have kept the strategy the same way that their previous drivers did. So it'll be very important for the 17 to get a really good fast lap in on that in lap while the 33 comes out possibly struggling on cold tires, but definitely dealing with more fuel in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. But still doing a pretty good job here. These two, it's going to be... I mean, we're going to get down to the end of this eventually. It looks like we actually do have a bit of a battle going here for 16th place overall. Looks like about 6th in class between Eclipse and Empire. Take you down to this battle. And, yeah, I'd say there's a battle going on between all these drivers right now.
Yeah, this is a mess. This is a real knife fight. You're going to have some elbows out here. They're going to go 3 wide down the straightaway. A little bit of possibly net code contact, but the 299 backs out a bit, and we're going to see a move into T1, possibly even completed before they get there. Yes, looks like the 214 has gotten clear before they get to the apex, and the 299 manages to come through as well. And here comes the 57 up the inside to spoil this party a little bit.
Let me just go back to show you exactly what just happened here. That was unbelievable by those 3 drivers. Got Hector Fiore, looks like passing... I believe, actually, let me get this right before I take us back. Yeah, Scott Kimbrough here on Batista. So you'll see that was at the beginning. We'll have to back that up just a little bit because the net code that Kimbrough had and had to back out of that, and he was still able to make the move getting into turn 1. That is, I really haven't talked about Slipstream that much, but man, you could see it there.
You could definitely see it there, and netcode is just one of those unfortunate things. Sometimes broadcasters don't talk about it too much, but it's one of those things in sim racing that you have to deal with. The racing is so real sometimes that you feel you can get right up to the bumper and right up to the fender of that car in front of you or alongside you, and sometimes just the difference in pings causes that to be a little bit of contact that you didn't expect. So sometimes you just got to be aware that the car ahead of you or beside you may have a different ping than you and leave a little bit of room for the Holy Spirit. It's really hard to do sometimes because the cars might not be real, but the racing definitely is.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You know, one person we haven't really talked about here, driver here of the multi-class series as well, and that's Kevin Medina there in 24th position for Shut Up and Drive It, their A1 team. Looks like a pretty clean BMW that he has, and a very clean paint job, I must add. Kevin seems to be doing a okay job just holding it in about, middle of the field here for these GT3 drivers.
And we see that he's running the number 96 car. I'm wondering if possibly he registered under the wrong team. Because I believe the double-digit car should be the LMP2. So maybe he found himself in a GT3 suddenly and was not expecting it, didn't have any practice. So doing a really good job if that's the case, keeping the car clean and having a decent race.
Yeah, he absolutely is. We'll go ahead and keep an eye on him as he gets through there for these last about hour and a half. Wow, we're already closing in on an hour and a half. It doesn't really seem like that, but the endurance racing thing, this is our first attempt at an endurance broadcast. Really watching the field kind of fan out like it is, but it always seems to come back together at the end of the race.
That's right. It's amazing sometimes the finishes you can have, often in the middle of the field, where you've been racing for 4 hours, you've never seen each other, and then suddenly at the very end of the race, you find yourself battling for a spot, elbows out, every man or every woman for themselves, and it can just be crazy at the end of these races.
Yeah, it absolutely can, but still quite a bit of more time to go, and we've got here a shout out for DS Racing Goncalo. Please tell me I get this right, Goncalo. Leet, something like that. Here for DS Racing, these drivers are back in 25th place. 15th
Oh no!
Overall, in my good, I'm done. I'm done shouting people out. That's it.
The commentator's curse strikes again. Marco Villela has a little bit of issues in the last corner. Maybe cold tires. I'm not sure when their last stop was exactly. Gets it back in the right direction. Doesn't lose a whole lot of time. Hopefully, doesn't lose too much. Doesn't look like they lost many spots, if any at all, from that incident, and can get back going. No damage. So just need to clear that driver's head and truck on.
Absolutely. Truck on. I was trying to find a pun there, but I couldn't really find one that quickly. But Marco's still...
And aren't we all glad?
Marco's still there in 15th in class with Ryan Kerr back there in 16th. Let's take a quick look here. We haven't done this recently between the GT3's Pro-Am, and this is supposed to show GT3 Pro, guys. I apologize about that. So the GT3 Pro class is supposed to be the guys that are classified with a higher I rating. So they're supposed to be the ones in the lead, but as you're looking at it right now, it looks like the Pro-Am driver, the DS Racing MV Skin Lab car, is a Francisco Pereira, is doing a great job in that technically amateur class.
I'm not sure if they're supposed to be the slower class or not. They do have the higher or the lower number cars that typically indicates the faster class. So
maybe I am wrong. Who knows? We'll have to talk to Mr. Will Coffey.
Anyway, we have on the GT3 podium, we do have a mix of divisions. We see in second and third place is what we have labeled as the AM class, and they're in the 300 cars. And this is not atypical to what you see in the real world as well. Sometimes you'll see that some of these AM drivers are able to make better in some of these endurance races and get onto podiums. And even some non-endurance races, some of the faster pro class drivers will have issues, and you'll see an AM on the overall podium.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a league that I think we can talk about here for just a second there called American Muscle Series, and you guys have 3 different classes, and it's amazing how, as much as you try to get these drivers classified in the correct classes, some of them just find a way to just absolutely blow your mind.
That's right. And it can be specific to a race or a track or, a certain car, a certain combo. Sometimes the AM drivers, overall they may be slower than the pro drivers, but you get them with the right equipment at the right track, and they're just more comfortable, and they can put in some performances that you really don't expect. But typically, over the course of the season, you'll see that the AM drivers are just a little bit slower than the pro drivers.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And actually, apologies here. We've got Goncalo just told us here in the YouTube chat that there are actually 2 DS Racing teams. My apologies on that. And the DS Racing team that he's racing for is actually up there in first place right now.
Well, who knew that the commentator's curse can transfer between teammates?
I know. Here we are watching him right now, so we're going to go ahead and get off of him. Hey, speaking of, look at that car out there still driving around there. Who is in that number 440 car? Magnus Andersen out there trying to get some laps there in that Aston Martin that's seen some better days.
Well, the very brief time that we had Magnus in the booth, he told us that he's a dirt oval racer who's trying his hand at road, and I can't think of a more different discipline to cross over from between dirt, oval, and road. They are quite possibly the 2 most different disciplines you can do, except maybe drag racing. Drag racing, they don't know how to take corners. They just know how to go fast in a straight line. But going from dirt oval to road racing, or vice versa, it's like knowing German and trying to learn Japanese. It's just completely different.
Yeah, it really is. We got Mr. Jack Lee here in the booth. Going to figure out what team that he's with real quick, but we're going to go ahead and drag him down, Randall. We can go ahead and give him a bit of an interview.
Hey, Jack.
Hello.
Yeah, the interview booth here. Unfortunately, we're not sure which team you drive for. Could you tell us which team you're with?
I am a driver for 499 Racing. The 499 Aston Martin.
Here we go.
So tell us a little bit about what it's like to drive a GT4 in a race like this around Road America.
Well, the GT4, it's not anything special. It's quick, but it's not the fastest thing out there. As you go through the lap, you basically are third gear or higher for most of the lap, foot to the floor, and the rest of the lap, it's just about making sure you're hitting your marks and you're braking. The traffic is definitely something you have to deal with a lot. The faster cars are, and the lack of aero on the car really make things difficult in the high speed corners, trying to make space for other drivers coming through, especially the kink. The car feels like a push from a child could just send everything into the wall. So it's very methodical car to drive, and I'd say it's a fun challenge.
So speaking of traffic, you had looks like your teammate was a little bit snake bit with that after making a move on the 4112 or the 412. I noticed that you were also fighting the 412 before you came in and changed out. Tell us a little bit about that battle.
Sorry, guys, I missed the first part. Can you repeat, please?
So I actually drug Dre in here as well because the two that were battling in that first stint was Jack Lee and Andrea Divock. So I want to hear it from both sides here.
So Jack, we'll start with you. Tell us a little bit about your fight with Dre out on track in the 412s.
Well, so at the start, I think everyone was taking it kind of easy. It seemed like a lot of us were lifting and coasting into a lot of the corners, just trying to sort out, like, all right, who has pace here, who doesn't. It seemed like we had a very slow build up to racing speed. I caught traffic a little bit earlier than the cars ahead, and so they started to pull away, and so it kind of became a chase for us, where we were trying to claw back the time rather than really run away with it. At some point, midway through or after the first stop, it seemed like we had just a little bit more pace, and I just kept pushing, and the time started to claw down, or just little by little.
Okay. And Dre, tell us from your side what it was like fighting with the 499 out there at the end of your stay in the car.
It was a blast, man. Honestly, I saw him in my mirrors a ton, and we would kind of, get kind of closer during the race, and then all of a sudden, here comes GT3s and LMP2s, and then the gap would kind of spread out again. And I should have prefaced, I've got about 2 hours total in the GT4, so it took me about half a stint to really kind of get a good feel of the car. But after that, the car felt really good. But that 499 team was on our butt the whole time, and I believe I don't have the standings up right now because I'm on my mobile phone. But are they ahead of us right now? Is it still a close gap?
They are not.
They were briefly ahead of you, and then there was a bit of an incident with traffic in, I believe, turn 7 or 8, and your teammate is now in front of them by about 12 seconds.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate for 499, man. They were really battling it out there. So, yeah, it's been a fun one. This actually just been I've never sweated so much in my life. Those LMP2s coming around the corner, man, they're very fast when you're in a slow GT4.
All right, before we let you guys go, I want to start with Jack. Jack, is there anybody you'd like to shout out or thank before we let you go?
Well, I'd like to thank Nick Eby, our team captain, if you would. He's actually out there on track right now in the LMP2. He is soloing the entire 4 hours, and he currently sits in P4. So good luck to him. I'm wishing him the best, and hopefully he has. Hopefully he has a good race, free of incident.
All right, Jack. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck to your teammate and yourself for a good finish here. And maybe you can close back up to that 412 and put on a good finish.
Thank you. I think that's what we're hoping out here, and thank you all for having me. And thank you.
All right, have a good race.
Thank you.
And Dre, would you like to thank anybody except for maybe your barber? We've had a lot of comments about your beard in chat.
Yeah, for some reason that's always a topic of conversation, but I'm okay with it. I think it looks beautiful, so we'll roll with it. Along with just all the sponsors for the league, man. I mean, you got Next Level Racing that is, sponsoring the whole thing. Buttkicker, KGL, 499's doing a little safe driver award as well. And just a big thank you to everybody that joined the league this year. This thing came to fruition today, getting this thing started. So a couple hiccups here and there, admin side, but I think we got it all figured out. And thank you to all the drivers for being here and being with, the WSRLs in general, our multi-class, our endurance, and our Indy League. It's just been absolutely crazy what this has come into. So I appreciate, slow motion broadcasting. You guys are just killing it, especially on this endurance one. This has been fun to watch. And I know it's a little more work. Thank you guys so much as well.
All right, Jay. Well, Dre, have a good rest of the race, and hopefully your teammate can bring home that position over the 499.
Hopefully, man. Hopefully. Thank you, guys.
Dre is also one of the admins for the series and WSRL in general. And he mentioned that the 499 team is promoting a Safe Driver Award for this season, and that's going to be cash money for both classes, for all three classes. Safest over the season, and they're going not just off the number of incidents, but they're going to do more of the pure iRacing calculation, where they're going to compare incidents per corner or corners per incident to see who has the best, cleanest record out there in each class. Each class can win money from that alone.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see how well these drivers are doing out here. And I think this 499 team may have their work cut out for them a little bit, trying to figure out who is the safest driver, because as we have seen some incidents, my goodness, I'm sorry. As we have seen some incidents, Randall, haven't seen nearly as many as I thought we could have seen over a 4-hour race.
So I can speak from a little bit of experience when it comes to organizing races. Sometimes it feels tedious or even a little preachy to keep being at your drivers about being clean and having drivers meetings and things like that. But as we see, they absolutely work. We've had a pretty clean race here so far.
Oh no! God. All right, Randall, we got to stop doing this, man. Nick Eby just found his way off the track on the final corner. Looks like he's going to be able to keep it going. I don't know if he has that much damage. There's another LMP2 in front of him that's off the track as well. Watch out, Nick.
It looks like they were dealing with some traffic and having some problems. And I was about to say they managed to deal with that traffic pretty well and cleanly. The second LMP2 in that got really held up, but it ultimately cost them both to have some sort of incidents. As we see, Tyler Beeman in the 44 gets it a little wrong on exit there. Maybe has to put some opposite lock to catch a slide, and ends up off track and then pulls it straight into the pits.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Tyler. You wonder if he was actually trying to get into the pits anyways, or maybe, you hear of this a lot in motorcycle racing about target fixation. You wonder if he targeted just a little bit on that LMP2 of Nick in front of him and found his way off the track in the same spot.
That's very easy to do. You see one car go off, and you'll often see other cars go off following them. We see the 33 make a move on the 11 to put him. That was not for position. That they are on different laps, but a clean move, rather tight, that gets it done and moves around. and on with the rest of the race. The 11 is going to be able to maybe get a little bit of speed off of this by using the slipstream from the 33.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we mentioned a little while ago there about that number 70 car. So we're watching Nick Eby right now. We're going to go up here to Joshua Lane, who has just found his way around there to lap him. Looks like the lap cars there for the LMPs lapped all the way up to position 3 at this moment. But number 33 car, Moradness Green. Now we're going to go back here to the number 70 just to show you exactly how far apart those drivers are. It's about half a lap already.
Yeah, it's going to be. It looks like it's going to be getting wider possibly, and not smaller. So right now, if you're in that 70 car, it's just about being smart, staying clean, and don't throw the race away. This is your race to lose now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Daniel, it looks like old man Dan, I'm going to start calling him. Sorry, Mr. Willis, but yeah, definitely going to be your new name from now on. He is doing a great job of just navigating. You can see how careful he was around that GT3 car, but it's, at this point, man, you're so far ahead. There's no reason to throw it away.
Yeah, and often the term "old man" is thrown around in racing circles as a bit of a tongue-in-cheek insult, saying somebody's probably not as fast as they used to be. And that, while that may be true, you get one of these guys in here that's got a lot of experience. They're gonna be more patient. So if I had a teammate that I called old man, I wouldn't nobody else but him in the car at the end of a race when in a situation like this where it's just about traffic management and keeping the car clean.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the interval's about 1 minute right now, and that old man Dan, I think, has a few rocket boosters there on the back of his wheelchair. He's doing a great job there for that Moradness Sapphire LMP2. But Randall, while we got a little bit of time here, we are about to cross into the 3-hour mark. Why don't we try to get through the field the best we can?
Let's do it. Right now, we're looking at Dan Willis in the Moradness Sapphire. They got a commanding lead over the 33 of Joshua Lane in Moradness Green, who's got Nick Eby on his tail on a different lap. P3, we got Jamie Southwell in Wrong Stuff Pink.
Eby. There it is.
There we go. Jamie Southwell in Wrong Stuff Pink is about 18, 19 seconds behind Moradness Green now, so Moradness Green has been able to open that gap a little bit. P4 having a pretty quiet race. Sapphire Sim Sport Charlie, one of my favorites as we came to the grid. Now running P4, having a really good race. Haven't seen much of them, which is typically a good thing. The car is looking very clean. We did see them take one fast repair earlier. They may have another one in hand still. Nick Eby, we just saw him briefly with a bit of the commentator's curse. In P5, he is definitely a lap down. But running the solo, what a stud.
Yeah, I was going to say, I want to touch on Nick running the solo in an LMP car. Now, we haven't talked about running solo in the LMP2s. We have talked about Justin doing it, but I really don't believe Justin when he says it's not hard. But, this Moradness Green car got around him, and kind of like what we were seeing with these, with the Wrong Stuff and whoever they were fighting, I cannot remember at this point, but once they got around, he's kind of running back behind him right now. Maybe you think he's allowing this Moradness Green car to pull him up through this pack just a little bit.
That's right. It was also the Moradness Green car that the Wrong Stuff was racing with. Though once a little bit of a gap formed, the gap got much bigger quickly. So I'm sure that Josh was not too concerned with the 11 car behind him. But if that gap opens up a little bit, I expect it to open up a lot. Now we're on board with Case Silliman in the 36 Prismatic Motorsports Freya entry of the LMP2 with Justin Barrera hot on his tail. P7 overall, Nico Zanidakis.
Good job. That's better than I would have done.
In the Vaporworks Motorsport Racing Team entry, number 86 LMP2. Looks like he's having a pretty clean race. This is another car we haven't seen a lot of, and that's typically a good thing. That means you haven't been in much trouble. So he's about to go another lap down to the leader overall with the 70 lurking behind in his mirrors. We jump back to Justin Barrera, whom we've talked to a few times in that Tentacle Grape number 98 LMP2. Had a few issues, is trying to bring it home now. The number 57 Wrong Stuff Black car is ahead of him in P8. That's Aubrey Kundal in the number 57 LMP2. They were fighting earlier to try to close the gap, and it looks like things have stabled out a little bit. P10 now in the LMP2s. Number 44 with Mad Sim Racing with Into Apex Podcast. Tyler Beeman had a pretty quiet race. Car looks clean, so they've been able to manage the traffic pretty well and not have many issues. It looks like we're on with the GT3 leader now, Matthew O'Leary in the Moradnes Purple 334 Mercedes AMG. And these guys have really opened it up quite a bit. I think the last time we looked, the gap was about 12 seconds. Now it's up to about 18 seconds. I know that the P2 car was really hopeful to close down as we look on board. We've had a driver change there since the last time we saw them, I believe. We have Roxy Gibson on board now, the 283 Prismatic Motorsports Athena entry in the BMW GT3. Hoping to close that gap down and maybe make a challenge for the win.
Yeah,
P3 in the GT3s, Francisco Pereira, the 288 DS Racing MV Skin Lab entry, making an overtake on the 21st place GT3 car on a different lap going into Canada Corner. And I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, we got Hector Fiore here, 4th in class, 14th overall. I'd start looking at class positions. I can actually probably change those for you guys so we can see this as we're going through the field. So 4th in class is Hector Fiore for the GPVA Natural sur la Porfia Racing Team. Doing a great job. Looks like a pretty clean BMW he's got there. Scott Kimbrough back there in 5th place. Speaking of really making a comeback drive, Scott had gotten himself into a little bit of trouble earlier for Empire Racing. Maybe it wasn't Scott, but it was an Empire Racing driver. But Scott,
let's speak on that for just a minute. Sorry to interrupt you there. It was his teammate that had some struggles early on, but then managed to find his groove and find some pace, and they've worked their way up to 5th place. So overall, very impressive drive for this car.
Yeah, it has been a very, very good drive for Scott Kimbrough and that Empire Racing Team. Eclipse Racing Team back here in 6th place with John Williams behind the wheel at the moment. John, looks like you're sitting in a racing position there with your profile picture. Looks like a Walmart or something like that. Maybe you might be on a little bicycle, but yeah, great profile picture, John, and great job for that Eclipse Racing Team at the moment. Julio Contreras, as everything gets a little bit weird on me here. Jesse Olsen is behind John Williams there in 7th position with Julio Contreras about a corner behind. Looks like he's just maybe trying to make an overtake actually on an LMP. That was never going to work. Doing a great job there in 8th position. Juan Batista there in 9th. Doing a great job. Andrew Korostecki in a Porsche. Oh, I wanted to hit on that just a little bit while we're on board here with Andrew Korostecki. Don't really see very many Porsches out here trying to run, running these endurance races. Why do you think that is, Randall?
I think the nature of this track really suits the AMG and the BMW. They have a lot of straight line speed. The Porsche is more of a corners car, and there are corners on this track, obviously, but there are a lot of straight line sections that probably suit the other cars that have more straight line speed better.
Absolutely. But anyways, great job, Andrew, sitting top 10 right now, which is way better than I'd be able to be doing out there, especially after the amount of time that they have run. Olivia Hayward back there in 11th position by herself at the moment. A British driver. Pretty cool to see some of the guys from some of the people from across the pond here today. Kevin Medina back there in 12th with Scott Angelo. Looks like moving around just a little bit on us. Mario Donzelli there in 13th position with Scott Angelo in 14th. Marco Villela, something like that. I apologize, Marco. There in 15th position with Daniel Nist in 16th. Jesus Culinari, I just actually saw something pop up on my screen. Had a bit of an off track, maybe a bit of a tangle with the wall, but doesn't really look to be affecting him that much. Doing a great job there for the GPVA PPA Racing Team. We've got the number 905 entry of Dominique Angelicchio. Doing a great job back there in 18th position. Looks like a pretty clean Mercedes as he's getting overtaken actually by Matthew O'Leary, the leader right now in that GT3 class. Bannock Opp there in 19th position. And yeah, that should round out mostly our GT3 entries. Got a few kind of strewn throughout the GT4 entries, but Tom, if you are available, or Randall, we'll let you guys take him through the GT4s.
I can certainly take him through the GT4s. We're on board now with Dan Babick in the MIA Team Merc. I will not make the pun, but continuing to dominate the GT4 field. There's quite a gap back to P2. P2 is Robert Biggs, currently in the car for Sapphire Sim Sport Delta 493 Aston Martin GT4 entry. Had a pretty quiet race. Haven't seen much from then. Brian Long now in P3 for the wrong stuff. Oh, no. Again, the commentator's curse strikes as he has issues that looks to be turn 1 coming off the exit. Has a hard lick with the wall, but maybe he's going to get away with that. Doesn't look like there's too much damage, but this is going to be music to Damian Behnke's ears in the 499 Racing Aston Martin GT4 entry, as they were battling earlier and now maybe has a chance to catch back up.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there for Brian Long. Still okay at the moment. Doesn't really. Actually, that car looks very well for taking what appeared to be a pretty hard lick with a concrete barrier there after turn 1, but doing okay with Damian back there. Now has closed the gap just a little bit. The gaps should show up on the screen very shortly. There we go. Went from about 12 seconds down to 7. So Damian now, I think, is probably heard in his ear by now, either by a spotter or by one of his teammates, that Brian has found his way off the track. So put a little bit of fire under Damian's belly. But yeah, back here to David Stevenson, Randall, doing pretty good.
Yeah, and one further note, sorry to harp on this for so long, but Brian Long, they are coming up on their pit window again, so they may still have a faster pair in hand. If he can bring it home to the end of that stint, they could be in good position still.
He absolutely could. David Stevenson back here in 5th position. Looks like he is getting classified 1 lap down for the class. I do believe that is actually correct. Can't really trust the software at the moment, but yeah. Whoa, as we got a car off track. Who would that be? Looks like it may have been Hector Fiore there in 3rd position in the GT3 class. That's not going to do him very many favors, but Stephen Costco, Levi Johnson, I apologize, back there in 6th position right now with Steven.
And it looks like he just had an incident too.
Actually, yeah, he did. See if we can get a view of Levi. There he is. Yeah, looks like that Porsche's seen some better days.
And also getting word in chat that Stevenson is another solo entry, so doing 4 hours on his own.
Wow, that is unbelievable. Take a look here at Stevenson. I do remember that actually being mentioned before in the Maradnist Orange GT4 car. Let me tell you, I am a GT4 driver. And yeah, that is the Mercedes, which I don't have much practice in, but I'm telling you, you have got to wheel that Aston Martin around this track. You've got to really manhandle that thing the best you can. So that would probably be a pretty big strain on really anybody to have to drive at least the Aston Martin GT4 for 4 hours.
They definitely don't have as much help, as they're more like a road car and less like a race car. So they will have some issues where some of the other cars can find some of these corners a lot easier. It's like Levi Johnson still bringing that car around with some quite significant front-end damage. I think we've seen this car before had some front-end damage, so maybe they'll be due for another fast repair. And he's P6 in the GT4s. So we jump back to P7, Stephen Cascio, who does not seem to be on track currently, possibly.
Does not look like it, but we should.
No, I'm just now seeing that he is manually disconnected, so maybe their race is done. But now we jump on board to the slow motion broadcasting number 440 with Magnus Andersen on there, just holding on for dear life. He's a dirt oval racer. He doesn't know what all this stuff is. He's just trying to figure it out and get some experience and doing a good job of it.
Let's even though that obviously
we shouldn't.
Even though that this team is doing here broadcasted by Slow Motion Broadcasting, we talked about perseverance here in endurance racing, Randall, and no matter what happens at this point, looks like the Dolls and Sapphire Simsport Alpha have both disconnected from the race. So, you know, as much as they are probably frustrated right now, this is probably a pretty good sight for them to see. They're actually not doing too terribly in this GT4 class all of a sudden.
Well, sorry, I thought you were going to suggest that we pull them in for an interview, and that's ended in disaster each time, so I was going to stop you from doing that, but you're absolutely right. And ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, if it comes to a points battle for a position at the end of the season, these 2 spots that they've picked up so far could be the difference. So staying out there, not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're obviously slow, as you can see, and I think that Aston Martin may be acting more like a sail than any type of aerodynamic help, especially on that front bumper. The Astons always look like they're frowning a little bit, but he looks like he's frowning maybe just a little bit more, but still out there on track doing a great job, and I do believe that's going to round out the field for the drivers that are still in this race. It appears as it is.
Yeah, and I would love to take this opportunity to send you back to your room in the stewarding booth. It sounds like we have Tom Dillon on board, going to take over for the last hour. Tom, welcome back.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Do you guys not think I'm doing a good job or what?
if you see a car go off track in the background there, I'd just like you to take your puns and leave them to yourself over in the stewarding booth, maybe.
All right, well, I'm going to go back and talk to myself then. Go ahead.
Tom, welcome back as we look at the 351 having some issues coming through turn 5. Have you been watching the race? What do you think so far?
Well, I'm going to concede I've actually been doing history homework, so no, I haven't been able to watch the race. But I can see that clearly there's been some interesting developments. The slow motion broadcasting car not having the greatest of days, unfortunately. Neither clearly is Donzelli in the 351 having a couple of issues as well, but back going again now, which is important. Last hour of the race, still a quarter of this race to go, which will be slightly frustrating for the guys who are doing that final stint. Daniel Willis, of course, into the number 70, wasn't in there when I left, as we see something happening to Patrick Stein in the number 44.
Looks like he just carries a little too much speed into turn 5 and sends it around, and he'll wait for the traffic to clear and get it back going in the right direction. And you're right, we've seen driver changes in the top 3 cars. All 3 of them have changed out. The gap from P1 to P2 has gotten a little bit bigger, but the car in P2 has changed. Whereas Green had made their way past the number 17 of Wrong Stuff Racing Pink. And I think we're now in a pit cycle. We're seeing Wrong Stuff in P2, but I expect that we'll see the number 17 car in the pits within the next couple laps.
Probably so. Still trying to chase down that number 70. They've been racing all race long. Here is an incident between John Williams and the 440, and Williams just getting all crossed up. I think perhaps a little bit of contact with the already battered and bruised Aston Martin, which doesn't look very fun to drive, and still having some minor issues there. But back going again now. Here is Magnus Andersen. He goes off of the track himself, actually, completely unrelated. Not the greatest of couple of corners for the slow motion broadcasting crew. It hasn't been, in fairness, the greatest 3 hours for the slow motion broadcasting crew. But unfortunately, that's just one of those days for them. Not last in class, which I think is the most important thing from their perspective. 8th in the GT4 category and still taking home a good haul of points in theory. But I want to ask you, Randall, how do you think now this Wrong Stuff car with Jamie Southall at the helm, how do you think they chase down this number 70?
Well, actually, they're going to have to chase down the 33 first. After they make their pit stop, you'll see that the number 33 car has made its way to second place. So they're going to have to close a gap to the 33, and the way that they're going to do that is possibly having saved fuel and being able to split these last 2 fuel stops up and go a little shorter on each of them and possibly find some speed that way. And they're just going to have to be better in traffic. That's about the only chance that they have at this moment.
Well, if we say that there's probably about 25 laps left, we're coming up to lap 98, so we'll just round it up to 100 and say there's probably around 25 laps left. It'll most likely be 23 or something in that region. They're going to have to find multiple seconds a lap here and pit, of course. Perhaps only one single pit stop left here, maybe 2, depending on how long they can extend on this tank. So definitely going to have to put the hammer down now towards the end of this race. Here's Jesse Olsen in the 296, the shut up and drive car. trying to get around some Aston Martin GT4 traffic. Two of the Aston Martins actually getting in his way. It's the 412 in second position and the 499. Those two are battling for position.
Again, I should say. They've been
battling when I left the booth, weren't they? 2 hours
They were
ago.
battling when you left the booth, and then there was an incident and some traffic after the 499 had made its way past the 412, and the gap opened up. And just before you came back in the booth, the 412 had an incident in turn 1 and has closed that gap back up, so the race is back on.
Well, Jamie Southwell trying to chase down that Maradna's car and doing it quite well at the moment. It's already 15 seconds. It's taken 2 seconds out of the 70 on this lap. Gets around some laps traffic. The number 98 having a bit of an issue at the top of your picture there. Going to have to be a big stint for that number 17. Probably will be hoping, as you said, for the rub of the green traffic wise. Further back, you can see there struggling to get around the GT traffic is Stein. Further down in this order, but Jamie Southwell probably hoping to attack as best as he can. Same story here probably for Matthew O'Leary, who's trying to chase down 4.1 seconds to the Eclipse Racing Team 214 there in second position in GT3. And you'd say that's probably order of the day for Matthew O'Leary. Into the last 50 minutes of this race, he's got to be thinking, right, how do I chase after that car ahead of me?
Well, Matthew O'Leary was leading this race. I believe they're in the middle of a pit cycle now, so he may be the effective leader once all of this shuffles out. But that doesn't mean that he's not trying to get on it still. The gap back to P2 was about 18 seconds before his stop, so he's going to do his best to open up that gap over these laps until the 288 pits. We go back on board with Jamie Southwell making his way through traffic here. Around the GT4s of the 217 or the 412 and the 499. Boy, I keep getting these numbers mixed up.
Now, wasn't that a great picture, Randall, that we just saw two wrong stuff cars in two different classes? Pretty cool to see some of these drivers. Maradness as well has cars entered in a bunch of different classes, and you can see actually that two of them are right next to each other at the moment, it looks like.
Here we go then, down the inside goes that BMW, still trying to do it. It's a 3.1. Oh dear, there's the Mercedes. Goes around, and that is disappointing from him. Here is the replay. It was the 328, I should say. Just lost it onto the grass on the left-hand side, on the outside of the corner, straight into that tyre wall. And it doesn't look like he's got too much damage there. He thankfully didn't hit the wall too hard, but it's going to allow the Eclipse Racing Team through. Though I suggest actually that was lap traffic, wasn't it? So it wasn't even a battle for position.
No, it was not, and it mostly damage to his pride. As you get into the waning stretches of these endurance races, there's a lot of marble buildup on the outside line. So you saw that he was taking the outside line in T1, trying to leave some space on the inside for the car that was overtaking him. And once he got out there into those marbles, lost a lot of grip, could not get the car to turn, ultimately ended up with his left side tires in the grass, which caused him to spin.
Marbles being something that I find iRacing simulates a lot more effectively than other simulators. Same as the grass. Most of the other sims I've driven, they have got the outside marble line. It's something that you have to keep an eye on, but in iRacing it is so amplified comparatively. Same as touching a wheel onto the grass, it sends you right round so easily. John Williams trying to recollect his thoughts though and go back after, for in his eyes, probably the race leader. Of course, we don't know quite how the pit stops are going to play out here. A few do start to come in. I believe it's second position, number 17 is into the pits. Jamie Southwell, Nick Eby as well in the number 11 squad.
Apologies here, Tom. We've got Geriatric Ginger, great name by the way, in our YouTube chat saying we are 10 out of 10 for broadcast curses, and I can tell you what, yeah, this may be the most cursed race I think a broadcaster may have ever had to cover. Yeah, it's unbelievable, to be honest.
Adam, you seem especially capable with that. So I suspect that we'll hear from the league that they would rather not have you commentate in the future. You have an uncanny knack, my friend.
Thank you. I'll take that, I guess. Thanks.
It's a bit of a battle further at the top of your picture. I don't believe for position, but one of the LMP2 cars trying to get around some lap traffic. Is we have got someone waiting for an interview. It's going to be Jamie, Jessica, Martin, and well, welcome to the booth, team principal for Prismatic Motorsports. How's your day going along at the moment?
Yeah, kind of mixed. I'd say in the GT3 class, it's actually going, I'd say, not too bad. I mean, we're in shop for a podium with the Athena team. You know, Rachel and Roxy have done a phenomenal job so far in the BMW. I think, considering everything that's happened and the amount of traffic and everything going on, the Brigantia team in GT3 also had I'd say a pretty decent day, so can't be prouder of them. Bit gutted that the LMP2s probably haven't had the best day possible. Freya slipped back a little bit. I thought we were hoping they'd be a little bit further up, and of course we lost Minerva earlier in the race because of a VR disconnect and a weird iRacing glitch, which led to a meatball. So. Yeah, we're hoping that we could have potentially have had 4 cars finish the race. We've only got 3, but you know what? I mean, first race, we'll get through it, and we'll see where we go from there.
Not your guys' first escapade into endurance racing is Prismatic Motorsports. I know you did the 24 hours of Spa for your for charity, actually. A few months ago. How are you finding this series compared to the official events on iRacing? Happened again. Roxy Gibson into the wall, engine blown, and not engine blown, I apologise, engine not in the greatest of conditions, but hoping that she has some fast repairs left.
Possibly, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, sounds like she's having a rough time of it so far. It's gutting. Yeah, in fairness, well, in terms of this event, I mean, I think it's pretty competitive, especially at the top end. They're very, the teams are running as far. I'd say they're having a good time of it. Getting stuck in. I know, however, they absolutely want to. They absolutely want to be coming and heading towards the top of the grid in both categories that we're entered in. So maybe it's not the perfect place, but I could see us potentially getting a lot more confident and developing a lot more into the next couple of races.
And I suppose the LMP2 squad now, unfortunately, a little bit more successful than the GT3 squad that we just saw have that incident. It's you sort of using this series as, I suppose, a test bed for anything else, or is your full focus now on trying to do your best in WSRL Endurance?
So, I mean, every series we enter, because we've obviously entered a bunch of series at different categories. I mean, we're kind of all over the iRacing map at the moment. Obviously, we've just come off the back of a Sim 3D GT series entry or number of entries. We've just come off the back of that season. So WSRL filled the voids in between that and whatever the next season will be in terms of endurance. So we always look to enter to get podiums and win races. So we do ultimately look to continue that. But in terms of other events, obviously it gives. We've obviously got drivers in Oval Series, Indy Arcs, also obviously a driver in the NASCAR College Series at the moment, who's raced 4 out of the 4 events so far. So yeah, we're kind of all over the spectrum. But when it comes to endurance, we're looking to potentially succeed in WSRL and then continue succeeding in endurance.
Jamie, real quick, Adam Thompson here, and it's been my displeasure, I must have to say, that every time I get on the mic and start asking questions, as it almost happened again, I'm going to try to get through this quick. here. Give us kind of insight on what it takes, because obviously team leader, team owner, what you are. I mean, how much work does that put in? Do you do a lot of recruiting? And are there any spots available if there are new drivers looking for a team to join?
So I guess yes. My role is, because I'm technically one of 4 owners. I'm kind of the theoretical leading light of the ownership team of the company and of the esports team. But I share responsibility, kind of legal responsibility, with 3 of our owners, including Robin Summer, who was in the Minerva car earlier this race when she had the disconnect. This is kind of a bit of a second job. I come back home from my normal my 9 to 5, or 10 to 6 technically, and then I get straight onto Prismatic. So there is definitely a lot more involvement. There's definitely a ton of involvement. We do our recruiting structure is originally, when we started off, was very much Reddit based. We looked in our communities, because obviously we are a trans inclusive sim racing team, so we're designed specifically for the trans community, for drivers to get their shot and to race in sim racing. And depending on how far that we think they can go, we try and put them in the best positions to succeed. So we're always we always got community members, or we've always got spaces for any people that want to join a trans inclusive community, especially for the trans or non-binary person that is really just wants a nice place to be able to socialize without being questioned or having any issues integrating. But then if they're talented enough, like a bunch of the drivers we have got already under our stable racing today, we'll get them in a car in official events. And we're always looking for that, and we're always looking to propel those drivers forward.
Sorry. Oh, I had my mic muted. There we go. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Jamie, for coming on and giving us a bit of an insight here. And you still got one car out there. It looks like another one actually may get out there, hopefully before the end of this race. And thank you for all the work you do, and for creating a community for some people that may not have some otherwise. As we know, I'm not going to get political here, but we know some of the issues around the world. So thank you for doing that type of work, and we wish you the best of luck for everything moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll and hopefully I'll speak to you more as the series goes on.
Sounds great. Looking forward to it, Jamie. Thank you for your time.
Cheers.
That was Jamie Jessica Martin, one of the owners of Prismatic Motorsports, 6th in LMP2, and unfortunately having that incident in GT3 that has put them well down the order, now slumping to 10th. But 40 minutes to go in this race now. A successful 4 hours of Road America so far. Of course, I can't speak for the server inexplicably crashing in the next 40 minutes or so, but right now we can call this event a success. Maradna Sapphire leading the way, actually from their teammates in the Maradna's green. I believe the wrong stuff must have come into the pits whilst we were conducting that interview, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just consult my pit lap on the timing screen. Jamie Southwell came on lap 100, so we did actually catch that, didn't we? Jamie Southwell coming into the pits a few laps ago. Lap 97 for Josh Larn in the number 33. They've got a good chance of winning this race, actually, assuming that their teammates in the number 70 have got to pit again, which I would suggest that they do. The gap is only about 5 seconds as it stands, I'm hearing, but I somehow don't trust that on the timing screen.
Yeah, that's 5 seconds from P2 to P3. The gap to
yes, okay,
P1 is about 2/3 of a lap at this point.
Yes, I thought so, because it was saying 2.3 miles, and then I thought it's 1.08 minutes. Right, okay, it said 5 seconds on my timing screen. I'm just going to learn to never trust iRacing live timing software, because it never works. But anyway, so perhaps Miranda's won't be able to be doing any jumping at the pit stops, which we would assume would be either the last or penultimate pit stops. You'd like to think at this stage that the 70 car coming into the pits will be the last pit stop. It might be a little bit tighter for the 17 and the 33. Either way, Murad and Sapphire right now leading this race pretty comfortably, dare I say it.
The 17 car has 3 laps in hand from the last pit stop, so the only chance that they really have to catch that P2 car short of an incident is having less fuel, having a faster stop, and being able to run them down on pure pace.
Damien Behnke is chasing down second position in that category, but also trying to hold off the number 412. These two cars being about as inseparable as Ant and Decker at this stage in the race. And I appreciate that might not be the most useful analogy for our American viewers, but we continue on.
It's like peanut butter and jelly for Americans. They just stuck together. It's extra impressive because the 499 had about an 8-9 second gap at one point after an incident, and has now made it. Damien has made his way around the 412 back in front. It looks like the 412 possibly took that faster pair on the pit stop, so we have a real gunfight on our hands.
It's probably going to be one that fluctuates throughout the rest of this race. About 35 minutes now, 36 to be exact, and I think that neither of these cars are going to feel comfortable until they see that checkered flag. Probably pretty comfortable on fuel towards the end of this race. As I just double check their pit laps, it looks like their pit laps were 85 and 86, so actually I take that back. They probably will need to come into the pits on one more occasion in this race, maybe for half a tank of fuel, just to make sure that they get to the end. The death-defying splash and dash that no one wants to have to do towards the end of the race, but sometimes it's a necessity. Certainly I wouldn't suspect any tyres being taken. You just want to keep your final pit stops as short as possible, particularly if it's only half a stint. So I think now if they are going to have to come into the pits once again, which they almost certainly are going to have to, you think that maybe that will be a consideration for them. Though the more I think about it, obviously they're GT4, so lap 85 might actually be fairly recently. I believe we did see them come into the pits, didn't we? So maybe they will get to the end. I'm not too sure.
They should get about 22 laps in a fuel run. So I think they may be taking enough fuel in their final stop that they can still get a free tire change, but it'll be very close. So we may see them take tires. We may see them not risk it. But I think ultimately the tires may make a difference. If one team takes it and the other team doesn't, that can make for a very interesting finish. The gap will be a little bit bigger, but the car behind with the fresher tires could be faster.
The thing that's confused me is I don't know what lap the GT4s are on, because obviously lap 86 would be so much different for an LMP2 than a GT4, because of course the GT4s are 25 seconds or so slower than their counterparts. So they're on lap 88, so they've pit very recently, Randall, so I think unfortunately for my credibility the point is a mute one, but now I think it makes it even more exciting from a viewer's perspective, as that battle for the podium is going to be intense as we see the 3-2-4 into the pits.
And so I stand corrected. You're right. They have made their last stop. They should not be stopping again. And that may be how the pass took place, actually. The pit stop strategy could have made it such that the 499 had a faster stop. Maybe the 412 has fresher tires. Like the point stands, though, we're going to have a race for that position at the end of those 4 hours.
Yes, and always towards the end of the race that you see the most intense battles happening. Here's the 440 into the pits for the final time. Hopefully, we know the 440's track record in this race may not mean that comes to fruition, but in theory, their final pit stop in this race. And I think I've got to be fair to the 440s. I'll address the rather beat-up BMW at the top of your picture in a moment. That's one of the green ones, so I'm not too sure who that could be. As oh dear, straight out of the pits, cold tyres, 440 into the gravel. But yes, I think the 440, when you're driving a car that's already got damage, it's almost like you're being punished for your mistakes already. The fact that car will not be easy to drive. I mean, look at it, for crying out loud.
especially on cold tires. So yeah, these first couple laps are going to be a real struggle. So he's got to just take his time, build up some temperatures, get a feel for what the damage is going to be able to handle. The suspension could be all out of whack, and it could turn really well in one direction and not so well in the other, or handle really well in their braking and not so much in the higher speed corners. So definitely got to get out there, take a couple laps to get a feel for the car, see what you can get out of it, and carry on.
Yes, and well, as we start to approach the final half an hour of this race, it looks like we've actually got Justin Barrera in the interview rating room. Here is the beat-up BMW. It's the Natural Sir La Porfia Racing Team 323, and probably not moving anywhere anytime soon. But if we can, I think we could drag in Justin Barrera. I don't believe he's driving on the... Oh no, he is driving on this occasion. Oh, this is going to be some fireworks once more, as if we do drag him in. But well, Justin.
Hello.
Still driving, and well, back in for your second stint. Pretty good race for you at the moment. 9th position. It hasn't been incredible, and you haven't reached your top 5 target that you set yourself. But it was a difficult target regardless, and I suppose just happy that you're still going along and setting some decent lap times.
Yeah, fortunately, I ran into a little bit more trouble, and I got into the back of a LP2 into T1, which didn't help my cause out, and some other stuff happened. Another issue, totally missed that I was supposed to pit that lap, and I had to pull over and take another tow. I mean, obviously, I can see I need to pit, but sometimes when you're going through traffic and you're like, okay, I get through traffic, get through here, then you just go do another lap, and you look down and you realize, oh, I sort of messed up again. So I'm gonna have to fix that, make it like a better audible, pit this lap than what I have. But yeah, it's been going so good, decently. My race pretty much got destroyed on that first incident way early on. How's everything else going around the track?
Pretty nice at the moment. And I had to hop out for a couple of hours, so I didn't catch whether you are doing this as a solo entry. Are you soloing one of the solos today? Oh yes, you are.
Yeah, I'm a solo driver. I just wanted to do it myself for the most part. It's only 4 hours, so it's not super long. Just a lot of heavy traffic, and GT4s added another part to that.
How are you finding the 4 hours? I know it sometimes could be a bit of a grueling stint. Are you finding it okay, just getting into your rhythm, and useful practice for any 24s that may be coming up?
Well, Road America isn't like a special event or that I'm aware of, or a common endurance race, and I don't usually drive here. I don't particularly care for the track too much. I'm not quick on it, and I dislike the long straights where you really have to get a really good exit out. So I'm just not super huge on it. The 4 hour is not the issue really. It's just trying to hit the marks all the time. And then of course with the fueling costs me a lot. But there's other incidents here and there that I wish didn't happen but have. I do want to say a thanks. I guess one of the Sudi guys told me that one of the guys that I ran into with that P2 incident into T1 said they apologized, so I appreciate that very much. I guess he didn't notice the relative when he came out of the pits and moved over on me.
And I'll ask Randall, have you got any questions for Justin?
So, which track are you looking forward to the most, since Road America isn't exactly your cup of tea? There's a good variety coming up.
I forget which exact tracks we're going to. I know Sebring I'd probably be a lot better at. Do you have a list offhand with the tracks? I can't remember exactly all of them.
Yeah, The next race is going to be at Silverstone, and then it's Nürburgring combined, Watkins Glen, and then the season finale is 6 hours at Sebring.
Okay, so yeah, Watkins Glen is going to be obviously probably my best race. I really love that track. I also like the Nürburgring track, the combined one. I think I'm decent there, not great, but Watkins Glen is probably my best. In fact, I have a decent story about that. It's a quick one. I got into a session. I think a lot of iRacers nowadays probably have raced against a pro here or there at once if they've been on here at least a year or two. I got into a Watkins Glen LMP2 session, and I actually I think it was like 2 or 3 at night, and I raced against Roman Grosjean, the professional F1 driver and now IndyCar driver. And I came second, and he came first, so that was really enjoyable. Just a small little story I have that I like to share from time to time.
And well, thank you very much for joining us, Justin. Hopefully you get to light some more fireworks with Roman Grosjean soon enough. But enjoy the last 25 minutes of this race. You've had a fairly good effort for a solo entry.
Yeah, I think it could have been better, but there's been a lot of accidents, and we'll have to go over everything and see what could have been avoided, and take the goods and bads and figure out everything. I do appreciate you guys doing the broadcast, and of course, shout out to the Wrong Stuff and Shut Up and Drive It, and all the other guys that are helping put this stuff up. I know it takes a lot of work.
Well, thank you very much, Justin, and speak to you soon.
Yep.
And on the notes, actually, I've noticed that the slow motion broadcasting car, this is a blinding revolution, is in 6th position in class, Randall.
Yeah, so here's the deal, Tom. Stop making fun of my slow motion broadcasting car is what I'm trying to say here. These drivers have definitely stuck it out, and I know that they're probably wanting this race to get over as quick as possible. But man, just massive kudos to those guys for not ending the race, going out there, getting the laps, and they have gone from what was basically last in their class up to 6th position. So yeah. How's that one feel, Tom?
I stand by my point that if I was in their position, I would have retired. But at the end of the day, they've shown that they wanted to continue racing, and from what seemed like a pretty hopeless position, and thankfully the misfortunes of others has been something that they've been able to capitalise on. And sometimes it's frustrating when you have to rely on the misfortunes of others to get a good result in a race, but a good result is a good result. And well, fair enough to the SMB guys for continuing on there. As I said, it's something I certainly wouldn't have done, but they've clearly got the reward for it.
As we look at the number 70 Daniel Willis Morad Sapphire entry, comfortably in the lead as the P2 car is now in the pits. I'd like to point out that for this final pit stop, Morad Sapphire was able to complete the stop and come back out without giving up P1. So they've asserted their dominance such that they were able to completely cover a pit stop.
Here we go then. Wrong Stuff Pink into the pits. It will be a final pit stop for them. The Miranda's Green Squad, as you mentioned, into the pits as well. The number 33 going to have to really push if they want that 1 minute up to the Miranda Sapphire, which I don't think is going to happen. The sister car, definitely the bridesmaid in this race and not the bride, but I don't think they'll mind that too much. Nick Eby getting around some GT3 traffic, currently in 3rd position, but I don't think he'll be too encouraged by that, as plenty of pit stops still to come in this race. We're approaching 23 minutes to go in the 4 hours of Road America, and it's been a very successful first race for WSRL, as I mentioned earlier in the endurance space. And I have to say, I'm just very excited for Silverstone now.
As we see, the 11 about to fall victim to, is a lap ahead of one of the league admins, Will Coffey. We jump to number P4, Thomas Fisher, and back again. Uh, Will Coffey just taking his time behind the 11 car, maybe faster right now, probably just biding his time. And maybe Nick needs to stop or just stopped and came out on fresh tires. He should be finding that pace soon, and maybe just saving fuel and trying to bring it home.
Yes, definitely, and that sometimes is just the way it goes in these races. You've just got to save the fuel, get the car to the line, and then you can be happy with that from there. Definitely how they're going to approach this here, but this is a mighty bit of traffic, isn't it, heading through the kink? One of the places you don't want to come up on any traffic in a race at Road America, but able to navigate it suitably is Will Coffey. And now with the Miranda screen actually taking time out of the Miranda Sapphire ever so slightly. Do you think that a little bit too little too late, Randall?
It is a little bit late. The gap has closed by about 10 seconds over the past couple fuel stints, so they definitely have some pace. They do need to keep on it because they will, want to keep this P2 obviously. But if there is an incident, this could quickly become a fight over the last few laps for the overall win. So they need to keep stuck in and keep going and keep trucking and trying to close that gap as much as possible, just in case something does happen.
Absolutely. Is now we continue on the Miranda screen, trying to chase after their teammates, as we mentioned, but probably all in vain at the moment. 20 minutes about to go onto the clock towards the end of this race. It's got to the point where it really is a sprint to the finish now, unless of course you are slightly frustrated on your fuel and trying to save it to the line. But this is definitely the crunch time, the squeaky bum time of the race.
So it's important to note that this is one of the 4-hour races. They do have a 6-hour race at the end of the season. This could be something that plays out in a 6-hour race. It would be coming up on 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. That gap, the way it's closing, is not insurmountable in 2 hours and 20 minutes. So if this were a 6-hour race, they could have a shot at winning, and we may see that come the time we get to Sebring.
Absolutely, and it's a 6-hour race in Sebring is going to be very interesting indeed. Just want to draw your attention to the 412 that has lost the bonnet covering, which will be an interesting development from their position. 31 seconds now down on the 499, so really lost a lot of ground. Perhaps, Randall, that's indicative of an incident.
Most certainly indicative of an incident. Probably lost it on his own again. Without seeing a replay, impossible to say what happened exactly, but he was right on the tail of the 499, and I'm hearing now that we're going to see the replay of what happened to the 412. And looks like we're having some technical issues and maybe not going to be able to see that after all.
No, won't be able to see the 412 at all. Dear, I sincerely hope no one has photosensitive epilepsy watching the stream, because
I believe this
a nice picture to look at.
I think that's possibly a replay spooling issue. It may be too far in the past. So we're unfortunately not going to be able to see what happened to Brian Long in the 412. But it looks like he's going to be able to bring that car home in 4th place as long as he can keep it on track.
Yes, definitely. And I don't think that's going to be a pit stop for him. Why would you at this stage? 3 laps to the guy behind. You've just got to trundle along. Although that being said, you've got a point in the race where you've got 3 laps behind. You're not going to be able to attack the guy ahead. Maybe you come into the pits, get it repaired, put some new tyres on, go for a fastest lap run, Randall?
Well, that assumes that you still have a fast repair in hand. They may or may not have one. And if they don't, the car's driving fine. Just stick it out. Otherwise, then, yeah, if they're having some issues, maybe come in and take some optional repairs to try to maybe square up the suspension geometry. But you're right. If they have a fast repair, why not come in, put on some freshies, get that car repaired, and try to set a fast one?
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting idea from them, as they get lapped by the MIA team Mercedes that are actually at the moment not really contested for this race. We're 1 minute 45 to the guys behind. For them, they didn't have it particularly easy throughout this race. If you recall, they were being attacked by, I believe it was actually the 499 at one stage in the proceedings, but have been able to show that pace reigns supreme, and they've reigned supreme over the GT4 field throughout the day past that point. And surely now they'll be thinking that this race is well and truly in the bag. It's definitely a case of now relaxing throughout this. Here's something that happened to Matthew O'Leary, whether this was a lock-up, an incident or something. It looks like he may have just gone deep into the corner, onto the gravel,
Oh, no.
and turns you around and sends you into the wall, doesn't it? And that is going to make that car difficult to drive for about 15 minutes time.
And that was the class leader in the GT3, so we'll have to see what the gap is now for that. But still looks to be... Sorry, he is now in third place, so possibly that incident has caused him to lose positions. The placard on the car is saying P2, so I suspect when they come around that it'll tick over to P3. And I don't know if that incident caused that. The front of the car, the LED board on the car said P1 whenever that incident happened, so possibly cost him the race. They were pretty comfortably in the lead the last time that I saw.
Yes, that I apologise completely. I did not pick up on that, but yes, you're completely right. It's a race losing incident from their perspective, and that is a dramatic moment towards the end of this endurance race. Just to have such a, and I'm going to say it with no disrespect intended to Matthew, such a needless mistake at the end of a race. It's taken them 4 hours to make a mistake, and just so frustrating. Your heart really does go out to him, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm his teammate, I'm not saying a single word. I know I've been in this position before where I've thrown something away that was a sure thing at the end, and the feeling inside that car right now, he's absolutely gutted. And yeah, the teammates don't need to say anything to him. He's gonna do plenty of apologizing on his own. Now we look at the P2 17 entry, now running in P5. I wonder if they had some sort of incident.
Yeah, I actually wanted to mention that, Randall, here in the YouTube chat. We were talking about the 412, the Wrong Stuff GT4 car. Well, it sounds like the Wrong Stuff GT4 car and the Wrong Stuff LMP2 car may have come together.
Oh no. As we see, he's dealing with some traffic and trying to figure out where that 413 car is going. Yeah, that's awkward. That's going to be an interesting post-race debrief when teammates or sister cars across classes come together, ruining 2 races. That's a really tough pill to swallow for a team manager.
It explains why they'd fallen down the order as well. I thought it was just purely on pit stop strategy, but with 15 minutes to go, I don't see any signs of the 498 or the Sapphire Simsport Charlie pitting in this race. So the 17 throwing away an easy podium on that front. I had an incident actually in one of my endurance races last week over on R Factor 2, or 2 weeks ago, I should say. No, it was last weekend. And there we go, I got there in the end. And well, I wasn't there for that day, but I did have 2 cars in the race, and they reported each other for an incident. And I said to them, why on earth have you done that? You are sister cars, you're in different classes, and you've reported each other.
Yeah, that sounds like an incident that probably should be handled behind closed doors and not involve the stewards. But sometimes in the heat of the moment, people pull the trigger on that report button. As we see, the 17 is coming under fire from the number 36. This is for position. The 36 trying to get up to P5 in the Prismatic car, one of their last remaining cars, and having a good race. So we have a battle here in the last 13 minutes for P5, when the 17 should have been up on the podium. I will mention that the 11 car for 498 Racing, Nick Eby, is a solo entry, so to end up on the podium for a solo entry is quite a feat.
Absolutely quite a feat, and also can't ignore, first of all, this battle between the 17 and the 36, really trying to upset the 17's day even more is the Prismatic Motorsports car, but unable to find a way through at Canada Corner. And we'll have to wait for the straights. Before I make my points about the 33, we'll stay with this battle for just a moment. Heading through the final corner, the Prismatic car, knowing that this is the opportunity to get into the top 5 and be the high-flying car for that team in the slipstream, may not quite have the right top line speed heading down into turn 1, gaining and gaining and gaining, perhaps a little bit too late. The Prismatics number 36 down into turn 1, just has to back out of the move a little bit early, stays on the toes of the number 17, but still has to stay behind. Perhaps next opportunity down into turn 5 will stay on board, and just unable to get the exit out of turn 4 as they head down into turn 5. Maybe a little bit too far back. We'll have to wait and see. Gaining and gaining in the higher revs down into turn 5. There is going to be the move from the Prismatic Motorsports car down the inside. She goes and gets the move.
Yeah, we see Brett showing the nose there, coming into Canada Corner, putting the pressure on the 17, knowing that there's 2 straightaways coming up to make up any gap that formed. So really smart driving and aggressive driving from the 36 to get that pass done. Ultimately in turn 5, and it was clean. It looks like the 17 is struggling for traction, has maybe cooked the rear tires a little bit. Some of those entries onto the straightaway, seeing the tail end of the car step out just a little bit. As now we look at the damaged 412 and P4 of the GT4s of Brian Long.
11 minutes to go then. I also apologise there for calling Brett a she. I didn't see that the driver changed in that car, and well, Brett now in that car makes a superb move regardless, still ahead into P5 of the wrong stuff. Pink, though, those two battling it out and actually jockeying for position some more as we go on through this lap, and the wrong stuff actually getting back ahead. It looks like as we switched away. I believe we have got a replay of this, so we'll switch to them. Jamie Southall behind now, so they had switched back, but it was, as I suspected, perhaps a timing issue, and Southall actually struggling behind a GT4 Aston Martin as well. Oh, there was a pass. Here we go. Here's what happened. Jamie Southwell down into Canada Corner. I suspect this is going to be an incident. You know what? I'll leave this for people smarter than me to decipher what's going on here.
I think you're right. We possibly had a transponder issue on one of those cars, and it picked it up at the wrong spot on one of the timing loops. And the 17 car was well behind the Prismatic car the entire time, and just looked like a clean run through Canada Corner for both cars.
Empire Racing into the pits may give Moradness back their advantage in that GT3 category. Of course, that number 334 having the incident a few moments ago. And here is the 299 into the pits. Sorry, here is the 299 into the pits. You see the Moradness going on through. And, well, that's not too bad for Matthew O'Leary. He made that mistake, but in the end, it's only really cost him a shot at one position, regardless of anything that happens. So he won't feel too disappointed. And we always had a saying in my team that everyone's allowed one. It's just a shame when that one happens at such an important time in the race.
So I'm watching the YouTube chat, and I think I've put together what may have happened here with the lead for GT3. I believe the DS Racing MV Skin Lab entry has been on a different pit strategy and was pitting earlier. So after the pit cycles wore out, completely cycled through for the last stop, they were actually the de facto leader. And it just so happened that incident with O'Leary happened as they were still in the lead, and it hadn't shaken out yet. So I suspect O'Leary was actually P2 on track when that incident occurred. The placards the LED boards on the cars do not update until they cross the start-finish line. So he may have actually been in second when that happened, and it really did not cost him a position after all.
Yes, I suspected as much, but I think actually what happened was that it's cost him at least a chance at getting into that position, because if you think about it, it would have probably only been, say he lost, let's be conservative, say 10 seconds from that. Suddenly 25 seconds looks like a little bit of a nicer equation to be chasing, particularly with a little bit less damage than what he's carrying right now. But I did think it was a little bit odd, because I thought that the 288 was in the lead of the race, and turns out they were when all was said and done on pit stop strategy. But Matthew O'Leary, still regardless, will be kicking himself, just probably not kicking himself as much as we suspected.
Yeah, absolutely. Did Bruin any shot he would have had to challenge for the win, but it looks like DS Racing MV Skin Lab has this one pretty well in hand now as we come up to about 7 minutes left to go in the race.
7 minutes then for people to either make them a hero or make themselves look pretty silly indeed, and hopefully not the latter. Here you can see the 33 trying to sneak his way through on the GT3 traffic, with the GT3 7th position and 8th position involved in this, the Prismatic and the Shut Up and Drive It. And well, it looks like they've actually got 2 Prismatic entries in GT3, have they not? They've got the BMW and the Mercedes, I believe. I'm just going to... Oh, I can't check my timing, unfortunately, because it doesn't have the team names up there, but I could have sworn we saw a Prismatic BMW, if I'm not mistaken, because they had that pretty nasty incident, didn't they?
That's correct.
Yes, there we go. I'm not going mad. But the high-flying Prismatic Mercedes, at least, in 7th position. Olivia Hayward being passed by the sister car in the LMP2. And 6 minutes to go in this race now, which means probably 3 laps for the leaders, perhaps a little bit under, depending on where they are on the circuit. The number 70, as I look through my track map, is just heading into sector 2, so probably actually 2 laps remaining. Randall, I'll just ask you quickly, winners and losers from this race if it were to end as it has?
Some of the losers are going to be, and I hate to call them losers, but the Wrong Stuff Pink and the Wrong Stuff GT4 car, having come together, they were both on pace for really good finishes. The GT4 entry only really lost 1 position out of all of it. The LMP2 entry ended up losing the podium because of it. That's going to be a real tough pill to swallow. The big winners today, Moradness seems to be pretty dominant in LMP2, managing to get the top 2 steps of the podium if they finish as they are. We see the gap has come down quite significantly up front. I'm not sure how much I trust that, but the gap has shrunk to 22 seconds, so maybe Sapphire is in some fuel trouble and having to save some fuel. I don't think that there was an incident between these two, for that car, but we can check real quick. And it looks like the timing sheet doesn't show anything, so maybe just saving fuel, or maybe just taking it easy, knowing that they had a big gap, or maybe just trying to make it interesting for the finish. Miranda's has done well in all their divisions, all 3 divisions, or all 3 classes. And as we see, the 334 is in P2, and they're actually the lower division of the GT3 category. So to finish P2 in that class is a really strong effort.
Here is the Pro-Am standings. The GT3 Amaranthus Purple obviously leading the way. Over there, the DS Racing MV Skin Lab leading the Pro-Am standings, and the overall standings. I believe the Pro-Am and Am is determined by I rating. I could be wrong, but that I think is the crux of it. I don't want to say that they're trying to do a finish across the line. The 2 Miranda's cars at the lead. And, well, but we have got Randall jumping out of the box for just a moment.
Hi, guys, I'm back.
Fluid. We can't dehydrate him, can we, Adam?
No.
I think that would be unfair after 4 hours of commentary.
Absolutely not. No, Randall's definitely been pushing through here, so good for him. But yeah, no, this Moradness, like you mentioned, that would be a pretty interesting thing. We've seen it. I think there was a Le Mans race sometime where they tried to cross the line, and didn't somebody kind of lose a position that they shouldn't have back then?
It was Le Mans 1966. Ken Miles, Bruce McLaren, and someone else. They argue that Ken Miles had crossed the line first, and then there was an issue with the rule. It wasn't. Ken Miles actually got overtaken, and it was just a bit of an awkward moment for the lot of them. But it sort of ruins the legend of it all. As everyone says, Ken Miles was robbed. But it looks like the Maradna Sapphire might be doing the same thing here. 15 seconds now, that gap. And I refuse to believe that the Maradna Sapphire has slowed down that much. I think they must be trying to go for the formation finish across the line.
That would be quite a statement if that's what they're intending to do, but it could be trying to save fuel as well. It's really difficult to say without actually getting into their team radio, which we do not have access to see what's going on there.
One day, I hope that Sim Racing Broadcast can get access to the team radio. That would be immense, but I can dream on. I actually did look at doing it once for a broadcast, and how you'd have to do it is just unbelievable. Not going to happen in a month of Sundays. But anyway, 2 minutes to go in this race. We'll be going to start his final lap. Willis. And a good race it has been for the Maradna Sapphire crew. It's been all but a lights to flag, hasn't it? They haven't technically led every lap. It's difficult to do in a 4-hour race with pit stop strategies and things, but they've all but led every lap. It's been definitely a dominant performance from them. And as they head into that final lap, barring them, of course, being passed by their teammates, which I think isn't going to happen. I think they are probably trying to do, if that can be trusted, last lap of 156.9, so clearly slowing down on purpose. If they are trying to do that formation finish, then I suspect that they will at least try and get the Maradna Sapphire ahead. Otherwise, it would have been a bit of an anticlimax. Just hope there's no team war there between Joshua Lahn and his teammate. Decides, actually, I'm just going to put my foot down and finish ahead of you. We're starting the final lap of this race then. White flag is out. And successful from essentially everyone. A few misfortune teams though, Rand.
One other consideration may be that the 70 is tight on fuel, and maybe not necessarily fuel saving, but just trying to go slowly enough to shave the race distance off by 1 lap to make sure that they're good on fuel. But I think that we are going to see a formation finish here as the gap continues to shrink. But it's been a great 4 hours. We've seen some incidents out here, but for a race at a track like this, it's been remarkably clean over a 4-hour stretch.
125 laps of racing at Road America. All comes down to the final couple of corners, and it's a couple of corners that the Maradna's car will be navigating with all the caution that they can. These guys are having a battle onto the final lap of the race. It's for 10th position or 9th position in GT3, and it's going to be the 324 on the 249. Can he make a move down into turn 1? Just thinks against it at this stage. Is the 70. I can see it on my map is just heading round Canada corner now. 750 kilometers approximately of racing around this circuit in 4 hours. It seems attritional, it's long, and as some cars have found out here, it's not the easiest place to be consistent on. But rounding the final corner now, it's not going to be the dream formation finish, although he's slowing down. They are going to do it here, aren't they? Here we go, the two Maradna's cars are going to try and finish together across the line at Road America. They've got their nice picture, their nice finish. Across the line comes Daniel Willis with his teammate alongside him. It's a 1-2 for Maradna's Racing in Road America. A perfect start to a season they will hope will continue to be as perfect as this. Superb driving from all involved, and I think they'll be happy with that one at Maradna's Racing.
That's absolutely right. You can't ask for a better finish than 1-2 when you have 2 cars in the field. Looks like Francisco Pereira bringing home that DS Racing MV Skin Lab is a lock for the win now, as Maradna's Purple was down a lap to the overall leaders. So now he has a free lap home. This will be his victory lap. Oh, we see contact at the end. Oh, no.
And that was colossally, that is a battle for position as well in GT3, and it's ended about as badly as it can for the 249. I believe it was the 249 trying to hold on to the position in that class. 9th position it was, now having to wipe the windscreen of all of that. He's going to finish with half a car at the end of this race, smoking horrendously is the 249. May just hold on here will hold on to the 395 of the sister car behind, but is going to have to trundle across the line here. We'll see what happened at the end of this race on the replay. The MIA Team Mercedes is going to cross the line to win in GT4. Another dominant performance in yet another category. A superb drive from the 401. It looks like it's going to be the 288 who wins in GT3. He's crossing the finish line in just a moment. The 249 is going to have to do another lap. Here's what happened. It was a terrible incident with one of the LMP2s heading through the kink. It looked like straight into the wall goes Nelson Vergara. And well, that's frustrating. The 288 is about to cross the line though to win the race in the GT3 category. 86. Oh, you don't pass into the kink. Don't show your nose into the kink on the final lap of the race.
You hate to see that, and I don't know if what the 86 is actually racing for at that point. So questionable call, ends in disaster for the 298, or sorry, the 249. Yeah, the stewards aren't going to be happy to see that one, as we see some of the cars that have finished are now pulling off to take pictures after surviving a 4-hour race at Road America. What a finish! There was some battles for position all the way up to the last lap. 4 hours, and you're only inches apart. It's a crazy thing.
I'll grab the GT3, the LMP2 and the GT3 standings. Randall, give you the GT4 to do. But here are your LMP2 results for the first round of the WSRL endurance season. Maradna Sapphire win the race only by 1/10 of a second to their teammates in the end, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Doing a formation finish across the line, the Maradna Green had an incident on the first lap, were 8th position and ended up siphoning their way through the field almost immediately with a fantastic Wayne Castile stint, finished second in the end. Then it's 498 Racing in 3rd position in the number 11. Then the number 92 finishes in 4th. Prismatic managed to get 5th in the end. The Wrong Stuff Pink, frustrated after an incident with their teammates down in the GT3 category, they finish in 6th. The Wrong Stuff Black finish 7th in the 57. Then it's the 86 in 8th, having that dramatic incident on the final lap with the BMW. Tentacle Grape solo entry from Justin Barrera, finish in 9th in the number 98. Then it's the 44, the Mad Sim Racing with Into the Apex podcast in 10th. And then Prismatic Motorsports round out the field, not finishing in the end, 104 laps down. As for the GT3 category, DS Racing MV Skin Lab win over there in the number 288. Then it's Empire Racing in the 299. Eclipse Racing Team in the 214 as it just pops up off our screen for a moment, and then Shut Up and Drive It G2 296. Prosciutto Punch Racing Team 369 finish in 6th, and it's the other Shut Up and Drive It car. Did Shut Up and Drive It finish in 7th in the number 96. Prismatic Motorsports finish in 8th in their Mercedes. Then it's the GPVA GM Hungaski Racing Team 324 finish in 9th. The other GPVA team finish in 10th and 11th. 249 having that incident, finishing with half a car at the end of that one. And then the number in P11 is the other 395, the sister car. DS Racing finish in 12th in the 255, and then it is Maradnus Black having an incident with the 17 later on in that race, finishing 13th with the 328. Then it's Tabula Rasa Esports 905, GPVA GM Hungaski Racing Team 351, the Prismatics Motorsports BMW, who had again a pretty dramatic incident earlier on in the race, managed to recover to 16th in the number 283. Then it is the GPVA Natural Surla Porfina Racing Team 377, the Maradnus Yellow, the 268 in 18th. MIA WSL Endurance BMW in the 233, the Shut Up and Drive It 227 in P20. Natural Surla Porfa Racing Team finish in 21st with the 323. Then it's Rabbit Chase Racing in the 378. Shut Up and Drive It at 294, finish in 23rd, and the Eclipse Racing Esports finish in 399. And as we go to, I believe, what will be the GT4 standings, I'm going to quickly take this opportunity to jump out the booth as I've got some work to do. So I'm going to hand you over to Randall, McGrew and Adam Thompson to take you through the interviews and the post-race shenanigans. Thank you guys very much for having me throughout this broadcast. It has been a pleasure, and I'll see you guys. I know you'll be doing the upcoming broadcast soon, but I'll see you guys in a couple of days' time for XTC.
Thank you for your time, Tom, and thank you for coming back in to help us out. And we'll go through the GT4 results here. MIA Team Merc, the 401, brings it home P1 over Sapphire SimSport Delta in the 493 and P2. 499 Racing in the 499 GT4 entry brings it home P3. The Wrong Stuff comes home 4th place after a long, hard fight with the 499 and P4. Brandis Orange comes home P5. Our very own slow motion broadcasting car manages to bring it home P6 after enduring some very early race troubles and driving a very battered car. Makes up some spots based on attrition to finish P6. Eclipse Racing Team P7. Sapphire SimSport Alpha finishes in P8. And the Dolls in the 478 GT4 entry finishes in 9th place in the GT4s.
Randall, I want you to say it. You got to say it. What did the MIA Team Merc do to this GT4 class?
They dominated it.
Oh, come on now. Come on. All right.
They merged the field.
Anyways, I do think we have some interviews here too before I start getting punny again. We got some interviews, and Randall, I'll go ahead and let you take it away with, we got to talk with old man Dan first, don't we? Dan Willis there in the, oh my goodness. Whatever team he's for. I'm looking at teams all over the place right now.
He's in the number 70 Moradin Sapphire with the overall win. Dan Willis, tell us how it was out there on track and tell us about that photo finish.
Well, so before we say that, I gotta apologize to the 192 car, the GT4. I totally miscalculated their exit speed in turn 3 because I was alongside a GT3 behind them. And for whatever reason, I anticipated that they were a GT3, and I plowed them over. So I got to start with that apology first and foremost. I'm not sure where they were in first repairs, but I may have very well ruined their race with that maneuver. So I got to start with that apology. That being said, like, man, the traffic management is tough.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a constant flow of traffic, and the speed difference between the LMPs and the GT cars was huge.
Yeah, it was. The way I would describe it is breathtaking. The overtaking, the speed differential between the GT4s and LMP2s. I definitely think there's some good lessons learned, certainly for me, moving forward, how to better manage, traffic there. Overall, Nate did such a good job in his first part of the race. If you were paying attention, our tire strategy played out a little bit differently, and I think it played out in our favor for sure, because when I got in the car, I really just had to manage the car. Like, I didn't have any pressure outside of just knock the laps down, don't put the car in a bad spot. And then we had an incident with 192 pretty early by my time in the car. And then later, I clipped the grass exiting turn 7 with my left rear. Just kind of took a really lazy entry, and I put the nose into the tire barrier, and that put my car down like 14, 15 miles per hour on top end speed. So that started making it more interesting when Josh Lane, our sister car, he's like, hey, I really go for it. I'm going to try and run him down. So that made it a lot of fun. The Moradness driver development program, I think, is showing just how strong the program is.
And you guys managed to pull off the formation finish there at the end to get that good picture to put up on the website. Congratulations. It looks like we have your teammate in here as well. Nathan, tell us about the start of the race and how you were able to pull a gap on the rest of the field.
The start of the race, I was just kind of focusing on, I guess, getting that initial gap. I had information from my teammate behind to kind of help me go along. And then after there was a bit of a gap, like after the draft was broken, I just kind of fuel saved and tire saved. And as the stint went on, we found that we had more and more tire wear than we could stretch it to a 5 stint tires and just have to do the 1 tire change. That worked out really well for us.
Well, that's awesome to hear. You guys actually managed to cover the field by an entire pit stop, taking your last fuel stop without giving up the lead. So a very dominating performance. Is there anybody you guys like to shout out before we let you go?
I'll shout out my dad. He's watching. He supports me. He buys me my rig and everything. And then obviously the team, Dan, all the coaches, Moradness. They're all really great guys, and they're supportive, and they help with all this kind of stuff. So I'd like to shout them out.
Anybody for you, Dan?
My wife for allowing me to do this. Being a father and having multiple children, we both work. Just a shout out to my wife Sandy for affording me the opportunity to be involved with Dan Morad and the rest of the community. Dan certainly, Stu. Shout out to Nathan here, my partner in crime in this series. Just so many people helping make this happen. The Moradness community is just tremendous, and we are where we are today in large part to them. So shout out to all of them.
Well, congratulations, guys! Way to bring home the victory, and maybe you guys can make a habit of this, and we'll see you again after the race in Silverstone.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And that was your overall winners and winners of the LMP2 category: Nathan Olson and Daniel Willis in Moradness Sapphire. And it looks like now I'm going to pull in Matthew O'Leary from Moradness Purple, who won the amateur division in the GT3 category as a solo entry. Matthew, good race. Tell us a little bit about what went on out there for you.
Well, I really came into it not expecting to fully go solo on that. My teammate's feeling pretty down, and he just wasn't able to get up for it. So ended up having to push through solo there. And I think, really being able to stay clean there around the start, really managing traffic, I thought I did a pretty good job of that. Canada corner bit me near the end there, but thankfully I had stayed clean and had my fast repair and just went in for the pit stop. So that was big. But, I think you heard the guys before me mention, the Moradness support. It's really immense. And, Dan Morad and Stu with their coaching, Ginger Liveries with the liveries that you see out there, Oceana Coffee helping out with our coaching and things like that. So, I gotta give it to them, really. I wouldn't be this consistent without them.
So it looks like you started in P10 or P9, and you were challenging for the lead for most of the race. So that's a very good effort. Is there anybody else you'd like to shout out for that?
Oh, I would just say the coaching mostly that we get from Morad, really, and Stu. Just keep your head down, keep at it, stay consistent. Back it up a little bit, and it's a long race, so take the bumps as they come, but it's all about the finish. So,
well, good job. Hopefully, we can get you up here again next race. You looking forward to Silverstone?
Oh yeah, definitely. I felt pretty strong here at Road America. It's a little tricky with traffic for sure. We'll see how Silverstone is. It's another high speed track, so should be a fun one.
All right. Well, congratulations again, and that was your M-Class winner for GT3, Matthew O'Leary. And it looks like we have one more person in the interview booth, Josh Lane. And I'm trying to see which Moradness team you were with.
Yeah, he's part of Moradness Green. Apologies for dragging him in here without letting you know, Randall. But part of that 1-2 finish, Joshua. And it looks like you actually may be the last interview we have today. So kind of talk about the race and how things were going for you out there. You seemed like, once those Moradness guys, the other ones got in front of you, they were just way too quick to catch. Nathan Olson was on fire this morning.
Yeah, Nate was flying. We had some issues in our first couple stints. Had to take a fast repair. We decided to quad stint the tires, which kind of helped us by Nate being able to run a fifth stint. He really kept the rubber fresh for Dan and his lap. But once we kind of cleared through all the nonsense and got to the second part of the race, we were able to track him down a bit, and then Dan Willis had a little bobble, and a few more laps we thought we'd be able to catch him, but unfortunately it's only a 4-hour race, so unfortunately we couldn't catch him.
Well, I mean, you guys went through some trials and tribulations this morning, and watching you guys get back up through the field was actually pretty pretty insane and a win in itself. So good job on that. Any tracks that you're looking forward here to for this WSRL Enduro schedule? Anything? Was this your favorite track, or you got a better one coming up?
Sebring. That is my personal favorite and specialty of what's on the list. So definitely got my eyes set on everybody at Sebring.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, anybody you want to thank? Anybody you want to shout out before we round out the stream this afternoon?
Oh yeah, it's my wife's birthday weekend. Thank you, Megan, for letting me race, even though it's your pre-birthday weekend. So
yeah, you better make it up to her now, buddy.
Dead yet? Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys, and shout out to Moradness and Dan Morad and Stu for everything they do. Everybody, you could hear just the group mentality of everybody on the team that puts together the time and energy to put in a 1-2.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. So thanks for your time, man, and thanks for giving us a little bit of insight. We hope to be talking to you here in a few weeks.
All right. Thank you.
Well, that was, I think, the final interview of the day, Randall. So I'm not going to ask you to recap the whole thing because that would take another 4 hours, but give me your big takeaways from this race. Obviously, first time for WSRL Endurance Series. So what were the big takeaways?
Well, the big takeaways are Nathan Olson is muy rápido in that LMP2 and was absolutely untouchable. From the drop of the green flag until he got out of the car, just completely dominating. You saw that the winners of the other classes had some pretty quiet races, and I think that's a key. They didn't come up on the incident replays. They didn't have many issues with traffic. If you run a quiet race in an endurance race, it's normally going to be a good finish. And we saw that the winners in GT3 and GT4 both had very quiet races.
Yeah, they absolutely did. But that's obviously, like you said, a good thing. Let's hope that keeps up for those drivers. And I want to give one more shout out because it's my broadcasting company, so I think I can to the slow motion driver entry, Magnus and Brandon. Great job, guys. Really pushing through the adversity that you guys had at the beginning and getting a few positions through, just keeping that car out on track. So really proud of them as well. But that is the last takeaway I have. And before I get into the upcoming streams, guys, I do want to apologize. I was not able to get them completely updated, but we're going to be able to get close enough here. So tonight, we've got Cross Series League Racing in the Legacy trucks around the USA International Oval at 8:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Monday, September 26th, we've got the Cross Touring Cup at Watkins Glen in the GT3 and the GT4s. The Wrong Stuff Multi-Class is coming back to us here on Tuesday on September 27th at 8:50 p.m. Eastern around Road Atlanta. And if that wasn't enough for you, that endurance racing, there is another league on Tuesday night that I think Randall may have a little bit something to say about it. September 27th, 9:05 p.m. Eastern Time, the Mustang FR 500 at Mid-Ohio. Always a good one to watch.
Oh, yeah. Last season we ran at Mid-Ohio, and it was probably the highlight of the season. And the entire league's been looking forward to this week. We discovered last season that if Mid-Ohio was in Europe, people would not stop talking about it. It's that good of a track. So the fact that it's in Ohio kind of makes it get looked over. That is going to be a great race.
It absolutely is. Randall, you've been doing most of the talking, so I'm going to let you talk just a little bit more and round us out for the WSRL Endurance Series.
Well, this brings the broadcast to an end for Season 1, Race 1 of the WSRL, the Wrong Stuff Racing League Endurance Series from Road America. I've been Randall McGrew, joined by Tom Dillon, Alex Andersen, and Adam Thompson, both in the commentary booth and the production trailer. For Slow Motion Broadcasting, have a great day, and we'll see you again soon.